Okay. Picking up right off the bat. I already read this. To say that I am scared of what's happening is a gross understatement. Trouble of any sort is the last thing I want to get home to after a long day of work and a trip to the bar. And when I see Hana near prostrate, I can only feel dread. She twitches and seizes, body wound and coiled tight before thrashing, shuddering and shaking. Like a woman possessed, her mouth falls open and her eyes roll back into the back of her head. As the hallmark signs of a seizure, the symptoms are similar enough. And that knowledge, the fact that I know this, only makes me feel worse. Oh, 'cause it looks like we're cutting back to... this moment. But to hold her close is all I can do while she thrashes out. I know this is wrong, that I'm not supposed to hold her down, yet I do it out of instinct, reflex even. I'm terrified of hurting her, but I see no other way to keep Hana from hurting herself. It takes a lot to keep myself from running off to get help when she needs it from me. She needs me here. And it takes everything I have to keep myself intact. When she says my name, I realize that the seizures have stopped. But that doesn't make the dread go away.
Please.
What happened here? Who did this to you?
I don't know. I'm so sorry.
The sight of her tear-streaked face is enough to twist the knife in. It does not help that I'm as lost as she is right now, and all I can say is...
Shh, it's alright. You're safe now, Hana. You're safe now.
Well, at least we don't have to go too far into the next couple days. I must have sat there in the kitchen cradling Hana in my arms for an eternity, until Shrokin and the maid ran in, assuming the worst. She had been screaming enough to attract the attention of anyone in the mansion property. That's all well and good in the end, I suppose, as they helped carry Hana up to our bedroom. I doubt I could have managed on my own. I might have slipped on the stairs and cracked both our heads if I tried. Both Shrokin and the maid does a short work of making her comfortable while I sit on the sidelines. I have no idea how long I remained there, just watching them. But at some point, after they left us, the sun has set, leaving the room dark and silent. Well, nestled in all the pillows and blankets and put her on her side, though, Hana looks smaller than ever. She looks so weak and vulnerable that I can't help but worry. Not to mention the children. Think about the children. I wouldn't know how such an event could affect babies in the womb. Yeah, in my personal experience with horror films, I think babies in the womb can technically be affected by supernatural events. Now seems as good a time as any to get drunk. But I just can't. I can't bring myself to leave her side just to intoxicate myself. Not with what just happened. I might just drink myself to death, if so much as tried.
Please. Stay with me, darling.
Of course. Anything for you, sunshine.
There's no way I can leave her side without feeling guilty. Besides, what sort of husband and father would I be if I don't take care of her when she's sick? It's kind of in like the oath, right? In sickness and in health. Not that I'm too confident about what I can do on my own. I'm not trained for this sort of thing. Even if I've experienced similar scenarios before, I might still have it all wrong. I've already called our personal physician along with an obstetrician who knew of her pregnancy for a house call in the morning. We'll have to go on from there. I think I can turn this up a bit. There we go. I don't like to think about it, but I can still remember the doctor's instructions on how to take care of my mother when she was ill. Provide a safe place for her to rest. Check. Let her lie on the side so she doesn't choke. Check. I don't think that applies here. Loosen tight clothing to let her breathe. Check. Keep calm and don't panic. Well, I'm having a bit of trouble with that one, aren't I?
Do you want any water? Something to nibble on, perhaps? I can call for something to be brought up. Soup would be good, right?
Soup. Yeah, soup might be good. What does trauma make you hungry for?
I'm fine, Luke. Don't you worry. I'm just a little sick, but I'll get better.
She's got a little case of the poltergeists. I'm sure, give or take a couple 100 years, she'll be fine. A pained look crosses my face, and more than anything, I wish I could take away the pain she feels now. When she beckons to me to come closer, to hold in my arms, who am I to say no? Her body still quivers, tiny shakes that make my heart feel like it's going to stop and give every time they happen too much. I take care to give her room to breathe, no matter how much of an uncomfortable position it puts me in. Her scent is enough to bring me at ease. Golden flowers, marigolds, buttercups, and daffodils. I'm not sure if she smells this way because I surround us with them when I can, or because she's wearing the perfume I gave her last Christmas.
There we go. Now, are we comfy?
She nods her head weakly, with a smile barely making its way to her lips. I'd be ready to fulfill any request she has. Anything to make this easier for her. Anything to make her happy. But when she next speaks, I can feel my breath catch in my throat.
Sing me a lullaby.
A lullaby? Of course. I can do that.
Go to sleep, go to sleep. Hush-a-bye now, we're haunted. Poltergeists, evil witch, and a murder mansion too. We are going to die. Something, we're doomed. This is lullaby. And a chain letter too. Okay, I think I'm done riffing. Can we move on? I know I've done so many things in my lifetime that would justify a horrible end. But not Hana. She doesn't deserve this. This is all too horribly familiar. I find myself in bed, clutching reverently to an ill beloved, wishing it wasn't real, and hoping it doesn't get any worse. I hope she doesn't turn into sausage either. To find myself screaming at a god I've long abandoned and forgotten. Not her, not again. Take her, you will bloody rue. To have a lullaby shared so that we can forget the pain and the fear.
Hush, my darling, don't say a word. I'm gonna catch you a mockingbird.
You know, when you're dealing with rich people, this song kind of takes on a whole new meaning. I can hear her breathy laugh, though she doesn't tell me to stop. It amuses her, and that's fine. But her breathing soon evens itself out. A good thing, too, and before I know it, she's fallen asleep. If only it would be this easy for me. I certainly don't envy her, but I don't particularly like how my mind runs right now. Battered and frayed, clutching at straws and asking myself if I'll really let myself fall apart at this moment. It's alarming how just the thought of losing her could break me, pregnant or not.
And if that mockingbird don't sing, I'm gonna get you a diamond ring.
I've already lost my mother, the only other woman I've truly loved in my life, and without knowing that then as a young man, that wounded a great part of me. I am unaware of how scarred I am, for lack of a better term. No, I think scarred. I'm sure there's a better term. But scarred works. And if anything ever happens to Hana, well, I don't know what I'd do after the fact. Would the loss drive me insane? Would the lost? As we get deeper into the novel, the more prevalent the typos occur. Would I become mad and swear bloody vengeance on a world that deserves less than her? Would I end up drowning in sorrow and guilt until I end up drinking one night and figuring a bullet is a good way to go? Yipes. Or perish the thought. I would become like my father, one who had no further love for anything, not others or even objects or his self. The vainglorious mogul that worked and worked for the sake of succeeding in the search of happiness that would never come.
And if that diamond ring turns brass, we're gonna go to fields of grass.
You know, I actually don't really remember this song all that well. I definitely don't remember Fields of Grass as a line in the song. For a long while, I was that man, wasn't I? Pursuing gold and glory and nothing else? Bloody hell, I even started courting Hana for the money her family had. She was a mark to be attained. But she was just so bright. And I don't mean intelligent, though she is certainly that too. No, she was bright in a manner that she could bring such sunshine to anyone's dreary life. I thought I would need to put on a mask with her, just like with all the others. But if anything else, she made it feel so constricting, suffocating, that I pulled off the mask on my own. Fields of Grass kicking their ass. I had wanted to be myself around her, just as she was so willfully showing her real self to those around her. She's putting on a mask too. She's a strong, independent woman that you kind of tied down. It wasn't a sudden realization. There was no eureka moment. It just happened.
And in those fields where we roam, we'll take daffodils for our home.
Okay, he's definitely altering the song. There's no way that's the actual line of the song. We would meet up and talk business, but then those could only last for so long after a few dozen dates. We ended up talking about other things, little things that didn't seem to matter much, inconsequential things that one would end up forgetting in the grand scheme of things. Good food, good music, dogs, the film we just saw, books we read while we were apart, and places we want to go. Things weren't important. Things that weren't important, but suddenly are. It confused me so much. But I was happy. And at some point I told myself that this was the woman I wanted to spend my life with. Then I would forget that. A lot. Then I would forget that. A lot. It was out of some misguided need to be my own person, not to be defined by anyone else. I refused to put her on a pedestal or make her the center of the universe. Married or not, we were our own person at the end of the day. But I would forget to, at the very least, remember that she was there with me.
And if those daffodils die and wilt, we'll still have the home that we built.
Okay, that line feels more natural. Maybe I was wrong about the daffodil line. Although he definitely has like a thing for daffodils, something to do with his mother. I've kind of forgotten because it's been so long since we really talked about Luke Wright. Because we only got a lot of insight into Luke Wright when we were playing as Hana and when we were playing as Rebecca. She made me better. But am still me to some extent. Still the son of a bitch that has something to prove. I forget it again and again, no matter how hard I try. I'll spend extra hours at the office or something or other to have favorable stocks to take care of debt or something. Sometimes it'll even bring work home that I haven't gone, and if I haven't gone to drink and destroy my liver. I'll flaunt riches, some of which aren't even rightfully mine, in the first place, and lord myself over everyone else because I fucking deserve it. Because that is how I prove myself. When I don't even have to prove myself to Hana. Sometimes I wonder, had we met under different circumstances, had I grown up a different way, would all of this be any better? I'm sure it would, but those are the kind of things that you don't want to think about in life because you can't do anything about it. My biggest pet peeve are things outside of the realm of my control. I could go on and on about how my life could have been better, but that doesn't mean I can change it to make it better. I have to just keep moving forward and hope that I improve my own life as I go along. But enough about me, we're talking about him. Would we be any happier?
Good night, my sunshine.
Now there's a thought. After what seemed to be a seizure, Johannes found the couple in the kitchen and helped usher the weak woman to the master's bedroom. Luke elected to stay with Hana, stay to care for her, singing a lullaby till sleep came over them both.
Mommy, what happened? You were wiggling and shaking, and you wouldn't stop even if I was shouting.
You know, normally we don't get a sprite when we get the younger versions of them like this.
I'm so sorry I shouted at you, Mommy.
No, I can't take this seriously.
Shh, don't cry. My little ball of sunshine's not supposed to cry, is he?
That is a very sweet and loving mother voice for someone that we just learned was a prostitute. She was, right? I'm not making that up. Yeah, a prostitute's son. Okay.
Don't you worry. Mommy is just a little sick, but she'll get better. I've got a new job now, and I can get medicine again, okay? And we'll buy some bread pudding, too, while we're at it.
Bread pudding. Why is there an obsession with bread pudding?
Please don't do that again, Mommy. It's scary.
It's okay. I'm here. You've got nothing to fear. But you have to be brave, too, Lucille. Even when I'm not around. Be brave.
Oh boy. I choke back a scream and wake up in a cold sweat. My heart pounding in my ears. It takes a while to remember where I am. Well, we're getting right off to this. In the dark and cold of the room, one can't fault me for feeling ill at ease. It isn't as bright as the penthouse, and the renovations did little to change how old it feels. We've been here for less than a week. It'll take a bit more time to adjust. It's hard to feel cozy, though, when I'm bloody freezing. Nudging the lump of fabric next to me, I sigh.
It's cold. Don't hog the sheets, Hana.
Okay, there is something moving there. And it's not just my monitor being wonky. Because I can see it on the stream feed as well. For a second there, I thought there was a gap on the stream, but no, there's just like a little black bar. This is actually not stretched to image. Can you see my mouse? Look. You can see that I moved my mouse there. That's kind of neat. She always did this, though. It hardly bothers me. Growing up, I was lucky to have something to use as a mattress. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be like the rags to riches sort of character. I'm not the one who grew up accustomed to Egyptian cotton with a thread count of 800. Is that a lot? What's the thread count on my sheets? I just got new sheets. 300. I have 300 head thread count. So I guess that's a lot. That was a Christmas gift. We got new bed sheets. Beside the warmth that Hana exuded on her own is usually enough to keep me sleeping through the night. The temperature tonight must be something else with how chilly it is right now. I must be considerate. After all, the poor dear is ill, though I loathe to think about what just transpired.
Don't make me pull those sheets off you. That blanket is large enough to cover an elephant. You'll need to share.
It takes a while.
What was that, honey? Apologies. I'm just in the loo, so if you can give me a moment.
Oh, she's not even in the bed. There's no sign that they'll be moving where they lie. With care, I go for a knife hidden under my side of the bed. It would be foolish of me to investigate anything while I'm unharmed, after all. He keeps a knife hidden under the bed? What a nutbar! Oh boy. To pull back the covers would be a more difficult affair, because reaching out to uncover who was underneath, I have to prepare for anything and assume the worst. So much so to see the nozzle of a gun. There's going to be a murder tonight. What? I know they say not to bring a knife to a gunfight, but I think I can sink a blade in his liver faster than he can point and aim. I see the rise and fall of the sheets, though it could easily be a mistake, as the fault of the breeze. I hear their breathing. A great sense of foreboding comes over me, making me hesitate with my plan. I should just get Hana and myself out of here, not to look back and let security handle it. That's what they're there for. Or maybe I should just man up. There's no way I'm risking the chance that inaction will put Hana in danger. But what's the worst that could happen, right? No reason to be afraid. There's no boogeyman under the bed, no monster in my closet. If anything, these things should be afraid of me, and I'm sure they are. Right? I grab a fistful of sheets and throw them aside. Nothing. Nothing but a bunch of pillows stare back at me. Must be my imagination. I'd rather not think I'm going mad. Could very well be the stress getting to me, all this drama with Hana. Yep. Luke woke up in the middle of the night with a scream and a cold sweat. Finding comfort in the warm body next to his, he tried to get back to sleep and forget the images playing in his mind till Hana called out from the loo. Spooky shit happening. It could very well be the stress getting to me, all this drama with Hana. I've been doing well all these years, all things considered. I guess I do have a breaking point. This might actually be the first and only instance we've actually seen him notice anything going on that was fishy. Which is funny because it's like this ghost has got to deal with so many damn people because of how many people read this damn letter. Oh, Panda, you want to leave? 1 second. Doggy. Fly, my pretty. we go? Where was I? 29th of October. Yeah, it's kind of odd, actually. Yeah, the ghost has to deal with so many damn people at once. It's no wonder that it can't haunt everybody at once. I mean, Marianne managed to survive in a cell for like 4 days, meaning she probably hasn't really been haunted since then. Been doing well all these years, all things considered. I guess I do have a breaking point. But still, the world goes on even if one cannot, and I must go along with it. I suppose a day or two off tomorrow wouldn't hurt. Rest aside from a few hours of sleep will be welcome, more than. But I can't get a shake off the unease. I dare say I feel afraid, irrationally so, that something will come creeping and crawling from under the bed, even as I lay back down and close my eyes. The odd dreams don't linger, thankfully. But with the morning comes another disturbance. Both too loud and too sharp for my tastes. That's Luke at the door, correct? So Rebecca's at the library. Zach is gonna show up here, okay. And I have a very fine taste. When the piercing rings of a doorbell reach even the bedroom, I'm very much inclined to think that the person who built this place lacks any sense of it. I guess it makes sense that this is where we're cutting back to, because if my memory serves me right, this was actually the last interaction we had with Luke before we got to that climactic scene where we had a standoff in the mansion. When the piercing rings of a doorbell reaches even the bedroom, I'm very much inclined to think that the person who built this place lacks any sense of it. Perhaps the only good thing is that the ruckus has chased away the needling guilt from last night's commotion, if only temporarily. But still, it's a bloody annoying distraction. I can tell already that it's going to be a long day. It hasn't even started. Before the racket can even last another minute, I'm peeling myself off the bed and heading straight for the main door. There will be a murder today if this doesn't let up. How quaint. Seems everything in this blasted universe is intent on getting on my nerves.
Gordon Bennett! Only a Nancy would knock at such an ungodly hour!
It's like midday. It's like 10 or 11. In the first place, I shouldn't be the one doing this. This is why I hired a valet, for fuck's sake.
Where's that damn butler when I need him?
I'll be honest, if only for today. With the mansion this quiet, at this hour in the morning, it's easy to believe those little ghost stories might be real. But the only horror here is the news Hannah has brought forth yesterday, and the very idea of me being a father. Neither the deafening silence nor the biting chill spreading across every room in the place. My wife is pregnant. Bloody bollocks. There's no place for fear when another set of problems already burns that fuel. So I wait for another second. When no butler still answers my call, I simply yank the doors open myself, perhaps with more force than needed. And maybe it should be appropriately there, considering the person on the other side of the hour dared appear on my doorstep. Even someone with half a brain knows not to disturb anyone this early. That's your preference. Brief confusion quickly gives way to anger, and before the bloody photographer can even get a word in, I'm hurling venom at him. It's less than he deserves, really. Really? Man, you have an attitude problem. Hannah will disapprove, scold me for treating the man with such disrespect if she hears me right now. She seems fond of him, after all. Treats him like a friend she's known for years. But she's not here, isn't she? What she doesn't know.
You. Again. It's bloody 6 in the morning.
Oh, it's 6 in the morning.
What the hell is it now?
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time. Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't.
This is still my home. My rules also apply to this place as much as Hana's do. As simple as that.
Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep.
It just so happens that it's also a person I will never take a liking to. No need for
Come
remorse.
back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
He continues shouting even as I slam the door in his face. Some nonsense about news lately, though I don't understand most of it. However, with the closed doors muffling the better part of it, and with no ears to listen, his tirade doesn't last too long. Eventually he leaves, and the silence once again fills the room as it should. In hindsight, maybe I should also call for psychiatric services. He certainly sounds mental just screaming like that. A suspicious man like him left roaming in the immediate grounds. Nothing good can come of it. But his presence will indeed bring a problem, a sign of bad things to come I'll probably know soon enough. Worst comes to worse, Shrokin will take care of it, if need be. Is that what he refers to Johans? That's what I'm paying him for. Okay, that is what he refers to Johans as. In the meantime, the bigger problem at hand. It's on a whim that I've chosen to cook. Sure, I have a lot of other things I could have done instead, but cooking distracts me, and I do find it relaxing on the rare occasion. Step up to the task. That looks pretty damn good, I'm not gonna lie. I could go for something like that. On the tray, 2 plates of roti, paired with spicy beans, boiled eggs, hash brown and bacon topped with peppers, courgettes, and akis. I don't know what half of those words are. I can't get back to sleep after my abrupt awakening earlier. Although I did think about drinking to get some 40 winks. Wow, drinking to sleep, huh? Have you tried Valium? I've changed my mind at the reminder. At the reminder that my very pregnant wife is sick in bed. I love my alcohol, no doubt, but there are times when even I shouldn't drink. As it is, I'm running on nothing but 2 cups of coffee. The surprise of Hana's face is apparent the moment I step into the bedroom holding a breakfast tray. But it quickly changes to a look of delight as I place the tray on the bed.
Good morning. What's all this then? Oh, that does smell good.
I've missed this character sprite.
I made breakfast. In hindsight, I probably should have prepared something a lot healthier for you.
Oh, don't you fuss. This is absolutely perfect. A little grease isn't going to kill me.
I've said that before. And maybe you should put that on my tombstone.
Feels like forever since I last had your cooking.
Yeah, 'cause he doesn't strike me as the cooking type.
I don't see what you're so enthusiastic for. I'm no master chef. I won't be too mad if you tell Johans to cook something else for you. That just means more for me, of course.
I can't wipe the grin off my face when Hana takes a bite and looks like she's enjoying what I've made. It would be a lie to say I'm not glad or proud that I can make her happy. Though perhaps I haven't been able to do that as of late, but Hana needs me now, and that counts for something, doesn't it? Yeah, we also need to address that whole cheating thing at some point. She puts up with a lot of bullcrap from you. I would say she deserves better, but I don't really... It's not my place to judge who she chooses to love and care for. She genuinely loves you, so I don't feel right in saying she deserves better. And that's the only thing that's stopping me from saying that. Though perhaps I haven't been able to... Okay.
Oh, I don't think I can finish this all. But I should, shouldn't I? After all, I am eating for 3.
Were we aware that it was twins? I don't remember if we were aware if it was for twins. I feel a terrible pit in my stomach at the reminder. I try to fill said pit with food anyway. But bloody hell, I don't think I'm ready to raise a child, let alone 2 of them. Okay, I guess it's been so long that we forgot about it, but I guess she is pregnant with twins. There's nothing else that can be done other than to steel myself for fatherhood.
Speaking of you 3, what did Dr. Hobbs say? How are you and the babies?
The physician took some of my blood. I'll go through some other tests tomorrow to make sure we're fine. I know how you hate hospitals, so I asked Johans to drive me there. That way you can have some alone time with Kylie too.
Yay, Kylie. Creepy girl.
Admit it, you just want to leave me alone with a little tyke without any backup.
Don't be like that. You'll do fine, I'm sure. And she'll love spending the day with her fairy godfather.
Of course I can just look at it like it's practice. I do want to be a good father, right? Not like my own, though. I don't think any practice in being a parent would have helped him. He hadn't cared about the son he sired until he learned that he was ill and not long for this world. Oh yeah, we read that in his bio. And even when he did find me, he still cared little.
I'm just worried about you, Hana. You sure you don't want me to go with you to the hospital tomorrow? I'm just worried about the children, Hana. I know you can take care of yourself just fine. You're one tough cookie.
There we go. This is the only problem I have with these kind of choices in novels. I wish it would tell me the actual sentence that they would say and not the sentence that it's implying. Like, if this was the sentence that was written up there on the choice, I would have clicked it. Because it shows that he cares about all 3 of them, whereas the other one sounds like he only cares about just her. They were both phrases, I care about the kids, not you. I don't care about the kids, not you. It's like, what? Why?
Look at you, already becoming a great father. One day, when the kids are all grown up, I'll tell them the story of how their dad is being a great big worrywart. Just leave being pregnant to me, alright?
My hand moves to Hana's stomach, which has yet to grow too much beyond its usual size. There is some pudge hidden well behind her dress. I'm half expecting to feel something, perhaps a kick. There's always talk about how that sensation cements everything. A little proof of life that goes beyond growing belly. But of course, it's far too early for that.
I still can't believe it, you know. I didn't think it would ever happen. We're going to have kids.
A shame, I certainly need grounding. It would help me get a head around what's going on.
How are you feeling about all of this?
I don't know how I feel, actually. Worry is the first thing to come to mind, and I don't think I'll ever stop feeling that. That's what brought this on, isn't it? And it wouldn't be awful of me to say that I'm not happy at the news, excited even. But that at all did not stop me from feeling the same fear. that I had from when Hana first told me of this. I was so afraid. Still am. I never gave a thought into being a father until now, but I'm already afraid for them, their safety, and the world they would find themselves born into. I'm afraid for them because of me, the bastard who will be their father. The only consolation that comes to mind is the fact that they'll have someone like Hana as their mother. Like I told Miss Pink, I never wanted to spawn anything. Though I truly did not mean to call a child, even an unborn one, an abomination. Of all the people in this room, I'm the one who's the closest thing to being a monster, after all.
I'm alright. You're good, so I don't see why I shouldn't be. I'm not the one carrying a pair of brats around in my belly, am I? Just think about it. 2 tiny humans are inside of you and you're going to swell up like a watermelon.
That does not seem like the most friendly thing you could have said in this situation.
If you can get through this, so can I.
I'm afraid. But the smile that Hana gives me is enough for me to believe that everything will be fine. We eat the rest of our meal in companionable silence. And if I shovel some food off my plate onto Hana's, she makes no comment on it.
Come on then, Sunshine. Eat up. Can't have any of you starving on my watch now, can I?
I say it in a joking manner, but I am entirely serious about making sure they didn't starve in every sense of the word. I know it is an impossibility to be lacking when it comes to food, with how well off we are. But there are other things a person can be starved of. Affection, attention. I could probably think of a third word that starts with the letter A if I digress. Let's see, affection, attention. What would be a good third A word for this? Third word that starts with the letter A. Attention. Appreciation. Let's go with that. Soon enough, our plates are clear and I put them away. There is no objection to it either. As a quiet yawn escapes her lips and her eyes start to droop. Indeed, the urge to sleep is high after having a full meal, with an inviting bed. But sleep isn't what I want or need right now. I'm as quiet as can be while I make my exit. Tray of food in one hand, which I am quick to pass off to Johannes as soon as I see him. Come Sunday morning, Luke continued caring for his sick wife, going as far as preparing breakfast for her, putting a smile on Hana. Even more when he admitted worrying about the children's well-being. When sleep has taken her once again, he simply left her to rest.
Johans, look after her. I just need to get out.
Stretch my legs, clear my mind, think. I don't think on having screaming, crying babies will give me much time for that once Hana gives birth. Planning ahead.
Is everything all right? Should I be worried?
It is what he refers to him, okay.
Everything is good. Really. Best I've ever felt in quite some time, I think.
Well, I think that's cause for concern. Shall I expect to find a corpse in need of cleanup?
I can only shake my head and grin, the deadpan delivery both amusing me and making me wonder if he's joking or not. It can easily be half and half. There has been an instance or two where that did happen. Wow. But I don't give him an answer. Let him keep guessing. And step out of breath for a breath of fresh air. Gray skies loom over the horizon, though the sun fights every precious minute to get to stay. Okay. It'll rain again soon, with the wind bringing along gloomy clouds normal to Luxburn. Until then, it doesn't hurt to be out here for fresh air and sunshine. Where was I? I walk to the gardens with what little of it there is at the moment. Anyway, and kneel by the daffodils. These were the first to be brought here and planted on my request. And if nothing else, they brought the sense of peace. They were my mother's favorites. Closing my eyes, I lift my chin up to welcome the light that shines upon me. And for a minute, I can imagine myself as one of the flowers, peaceful, blooming, and all too happy in its warmth. Okay, that's getting a little loud. Let's put that back to -9 decibels. Life would be much easier if we were all like flowers, wouldn't it? But I didn't step out here to be philosophical. I have problems, much more practical than figuring out the meaning of life. After all, too many things have gone on these past few days. I want to forget about them, even if for just a moment.
It's almost All Saints, isn't it? To think I've almost forgotten.
I speak the words absent-mindedly. The date means nothing to me, as I neither worship the religion nor have I any graves to visit. After all, Mother was never given a proper burial. But it's a date, as good as any for me to grieve. Otherwise, I would have done so every single day, crippling myself and shutting everyone else out. I can remember how the flames licked at her flesh, and how it consumed her body until there was nothing left but ash. I stood there watching with the operator and social service worker, though I could have been all alone if I cared. I felt alone. It was the most that could be done. No one would attend the funeral of a dead prostitute, let alone pay for it. All that is left for her, proof that she had lived, is her name written on the ledger of Luxburn Cemetery, and a lighter, and me. Eleanor. Pulling out the lighter from my jacket, I can't stop myself from flicking it open to stare at the flame and to run my thumb over her name. All in all, it isn't much, but it's something. And it'll be wrong of me to make something of myself when she could have given everything to make sure I can become anything I want to be.
Feels like I'm stuck in a nightmare right now.
You are.
What I would give to have you here by my side, Mother dear. To see you smiling at me. Alive and as beautiful as ever. I'm afraid I'm starting to forget what your face looks like. I've already forgotten the shade of your hair.
Eleanor Chandler was a wonderful woman, though not everyone would have agreed. Not everyone had seen past her occupation, past her vices and her illness. All they saw was a poor woman who sold her body to make ends meet, and had a bastard son because of it. They didn't see the mother who worked hard to put food on the table for me, the woman who gave and gave and gave, while expecting nothing in return. She taught me the merits of hard work, but though I loved her so, I worked hard for myself. I would not be so foolish, so selfless towards people who would never give back. I learned that from the father who plucked me out of the orphanage for his own selfish gain. I pocket the lighter before I can feel the urge to actually set anything ablaze. Considering the close proximity to the flowers, they would be the most likely victim of arson. Just the thought of itself is blasphemous. Nevertheless, that doesn't save them from being picked. Just enough to make a bouquet of things in honor of Eleanor.
Would you be proud of me if you saw me now, Mother? Maybe. You're always so forgiving. No matter what trouble I got into, more than I deserved. Especially now.
It's been a while since I talked to my mother like this. I've been thinking about both my dear parents far too much, as of late, when I shouldn't. I have a future to look forward to, and a present to take care of. These memories of the past give me nothing but grief. The life of Lucille Mitchell Chandler should be nothing but a footnote in Luke Wright's non-existent autobiography. It's because of Hannah, isn't it? I worry that she's ill all too much like Mother, that it scares me. And the thought that I'm turning into my father is even more so. But even if history is so set to repeat itself, I'm not a child anymore. Content to sit aside, unable to do anything. Too experienced to think the worst wouldn't happen. I have money to buy the best medicines and doctors if need be. She'll get better. She has to. Once we get over this little bump in the road, I can stop worrying. All will be right in the world. Unfortunately, my time alone is cut short, though.
I think those flowers look beautiful, my lord. The parlor, the room where the lady stays for her tea, it could certainly use some.
The voice is not familiar, though I am not really one to remember such things. Uh-oh. I has bad feelings. I has uncomfortable feelings. What was that achievement we just got? Small talk. Going with her attire, I would say that she's one of the housekeepers. Strange considering I sent all the staff but Johann's away. And her face, as pretty as it is unfamiliar to me. It would be a lie if I said that it didn't set me on edge. Most would say that I cared little for my employees. That isn't entirely untrue. However, I'd like to think I know the people who work for me, especially those who would roam my home, even if it's just a face and a name. Besides, I would remember a beauty such as her. So who is this? If she is someone impersonating a household staff to get in, she's doing a bad job of it.
Didn't you get the memo? Are you new? Today is a day off. You aren't supposed to be here.
I expect poor excuses and apologies, the likes of her often give, but she merely smiles.
Oh, no. I've been a servant here since you first came.
And I see no signs of lying, nor hear it in her words. Yet they can't be true. But I find that I feel I can relax. She has that sort of smile that when one makes kindness shine through without words or action. It reaches her eyes, filling them with strange sort of mirth, as she's just thought of something very funny. Perhaps had it been any other person, I would have interpreted it as a deceitful grin. But the curl in her lips and the shine of her eyes are too soft to hold any malice. She takes my silence as a sign that she can continue, and it's not like I feel urgency to stop her. I'm not really in the mood for company, but I'm not adverse to it at any moment either. Entertaining a beauty like her, even for a little while, wouldn't hurt. It helps that she proves easy to listen to, despite how oddly she speaks.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I shouldn't have bothered you. Look at me, talking to the master of the house without even asking for permission. What will the others think? If you'll excuse me, I'll just...
I haven't driven you away yet, have I? And it's your day off. I don't see why we can't chat a bit.
Of course. If that is what you wish. As long as it does not get you into trouble with the lady. To even take time for someone as lowly as me. No wonder that everyone under the mansion's employ is so fond of you.
Are they? I don't think they are. Oh, this is the ghost. I haven't said it openly yet, but this is definitely the ghost, and I am super convinced. If it turns out to not be, wasted opportunity.
Though it should have no longer been a surprise to me. You have always been such a kind and loving lord.
Definitely the ghost mistaking him for someone else. I have to stop myself from calling her out on her shite. It's almost as if she's talking about an entirely different man. Yeah, it's almost like I just said that. No matter how big my ego gets, I know for a fact that I am hardly in the running for Best Boss of the Year award. The only reason that most of my staff stay is because of the decent compensation. I'm not cheap. But if she wants to lay it on thick, I'll allow it. Who wouldn't want a beautiful woman complimenting them? Contemplating. Complimenting.
I'm sure she'll be fine with this. We are just talking after all. Unless you had other things on your mind when you approached me.
The words leave my mouth before I even realize what I've said. I panic a bit. Though I can get away with picking up women out in the city, sometimes even out here in the country, I'm always taking care not to do so in my own home or in my businesses. Not when it'll be so easy for Hana to find out about my infidelity through these channels. Though seriously, I still don't see what the big deal about is. I just have an itch I need to scratch. So quick to be adulterous.
I know it must be amusing to see a girl flustered for a man of your stature. But please don't say such things, my lord. I saw you alone and simply thought you could use some company.
Thankfully, I do not count my lucky stars. It seems the woman takes it as a joke rather than a casual pass. As it was intended, that was a casual pass.
So how are you liking your work around the mansion? The place is wonderful, but I imagine the upkeep is ungodly with all the rooms and whatnot. I don't even want to think about how many people are on the staff roster.
Work is work, my lord. It is a way of living. A purpose from day to day. It is certainly far better than doing nothing or having no food to eat. The house itself is also beautiful. There's no lack of things to look at. I'm sure you've seen those books in the study. I can't read any of them yet, but if given the chance, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be thinking of those things.
Illiterate. Definitely a quality of someone from probably centuries ago. What's the literacy rate in Britain? Let's Google that real quick. Uh, bu- 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 bu. What was I looking for? Oh, this is the source I'm looking for. Let's look this up. No. All right. Literacy rate. United Kingdom. What is the UK's literacy rate? A list of UN member states that a group of gender disparity, youth 15 to 24, youth 15 to 24, adult 50, please. Rate year 8, Afghanistan. 1990 to 2021. For 2018 was 99%, 99% and 0%. Okay. Let's look at the 1600s. Okay, this doesn't seem reliable. Let's see, 1800? $3.75 to 4.5? Yikes. Okay, let's just move back here. Okay, so 99 literacy rate. Britain has a 99% literacy rate, right? Huh. Actually, now I'm actually curious. What's the literacy rate in the United States? Let's check Wikipedia. History. 2008, 2009. Okay, I don't. Let's see. Average reading level. What is the least? Adult literacy in the United States. Huh. Interesting. By state, 2020. List your rates by state, 2020. Da, 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 da. Whoa, wow, look at that. We were on a decline. Who's at the top? California. Of course it is. Wow, that is like a disparaging graph. Makes me feel super uncomfortable. Yeah. I know that reading is hard, but, like, come on, seriously.
Especially when the rains, they might bring more work to us soon. It will definitely be much more difficult when it returns. Idling about is the least I should be doing.
Reading was sexist.
I guess you can put it that way if you want to be brutally honest about the whole thing. And the rain shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully. Maybe.
If a little dearie, at least she doesn't beat around the bush. I like the honesty. Many would bemoan their status as household staff as a janitor or other menial role. I believe themselves to be for greater things, and I would not begrudge the idea that one can always get better. But one shouldn't be so discontent with the way they have
The
either.
rain is something I simply must get accustomed to if I am to live here. I've not spent long in this place after all, but I have been told that it has rained in this nation since a mother's time and their mother's time. There is little we can do about it. I am just glad to have time in the sun, even for a short while.
Isn't that the truth? Really, these sunny days have been welcome, though I can't imagine they'll last for long.
Yeah, it's like late October.
Sometimes I just want to pack my things and leave for somewhere like, say, the Bahamas or whatnot. Get some sun and surf.
But certainly, you will return for us, won't you? This is your home, after all. Your people. They won't be pleased if the master of the house leaves.
Of course, I can't very well leave my businesses hanging here, can I? I just wish I could actually trust people enough to go on vacation without taking work with me. I've also got to get back here if I ever want proper meals. A proper pudding is something you'll never find out there.
In the Bahamas? I doubt it. I'm sure somewhere in the Bahamas you can get a decent bread pudding. The woman nods, understanding, and I must say, she makes for a fine listening ear. Though what she says next gives me a pause, whether she meant for me to hear it or not.
And good tea. From what the cook has been telling me, I've yet learned how to prepare one. Perhaps once I do, it would endear the lady of the house to me. I never expected her to be so unkind after what she did for me. Though it's only if one catches her in a foul mood. I wish I knew how to avoid her anger.
Yep, she is definitely mistaking you and Hana for probably the people who owned this mansion in the 1600s. I highly doubt she means Hana. That woman really has a mean bone in her body. And when she actually is nasty towards someone else, it's usually deserving enough, much like with that Rochelle woman. Hell, she even tolerates Harvey for me. Even if she did admit that she doesn't quite like the man. She must mean the head housemaid, right? I have to laugh at that. Not that I have room to speak. I don't deal with her myself anymore, even though Johann says a few choice words about the head hag. She's just been under the right employ when she was also head housemaid for my father. And if anyone's not going to get along with someone, be that crotchety old woman. I don't even remember her name. But the woman had been this strict upstart bitch who took one look at me, her master's bastard son, and turned her nose up, as if she were better by mere consequence of birth. That and she absolutely loathed my very existence. Perhaps the rumors had been true. She had been a miscarriage while bearing another one of my she had a miscarriage while bearing another one of my dearest father's children, and she saw me as an obstacle to her being granted a better standing in life. I remember that much, at least. The only reason I haven't sacked her yet is because of her competence. Also because working under my household makes her absolutely miserable. Her resignation made impossible by her
Nobody
pride.
really gets along with that woman. I think everyone just tolerates her because of how old she is. I mean, not to be rude or awful or anything, but she's at the age where she'll be pushing daisies soon enough.
Is she? Really, my lord? I'm sure the lady is much younger than that.
I think the thought of tormenting the young and beautiful gives her reason to live.
It does seem that way. Though I feel sorry for her.
Are we sure they're talking about the same person?
One's life should not be wasted away on hatred and anger. It is never good for the heart or the head to always carry ill thoughts. But at the least, you are here for us. We are certainly so lucky to have a lord like you. The lady even more so. The gods smile down on her. Though, if I may be honest.
We're just contemplating the fact that this is very, very obviously a ghost woman from the 1600s because she's illiterate.
She is to be envied.
Even when I have my suspicions about her, she's just so easy to talk with that I've forgotten. I don't know who she is and if she's actually one of my household staff. That would explain why she would so easily give obviously wrong statements about my character. Though if she's here for malicious reasons, she would have done more than do small talk with me by now, wouldn't she? I have so many questions. Perhaps curiosity will kill this cat.
It's strange that I've never seen you before. What's your name?
You do not remember?
I don't believe you've mentioned it, or am I missing something?
You still cannot comprehend it. Can you, my lord?
Her answer chips away at the good mood I'm starting to get into. I have every right to get angry at a cryptic response. She threatens insubordination with her very presence alone. But instead of hurling vitriol at a woman, I take a deep breath. I do not want the mood ruined further than it already is. Not right now, when I can let my temper take its course another
Whatever your
time.
name is, and no matter how long you've been working for us, that does not change the fact that you shouldn't be here. I'll call you a cab to bring you to the city if you want.
Shouldn't I? What if I do not wish to leave?
There we go.
I merely desire to stay by your side and serve. Is that such a deplorable thing?
Her gaze sends chills down my spine. It's too easy to see the devotion, the obsession in her eyes. Not the good sort either, as her scrutiny makes me feel like I'm laid bare. The offers of her presence is all the more palpable with the feeling of bugs crawling on my skin, and the silence that makes it seem as the world has stopped. Any friendly atmosphere we might have had going for us is completely forgotten. Danger, a small part of the back of my mind screams, the part that has kept me alive all these years. And in hindsight, it'd be stupid to not take heed of it. But I've grown arrogant, complacent, and content to hide behind wealth and power.
Yes, it's a deplorable thing, as you said, because I'd like to be alone now. Thank you very much. If you didn't want the day off, you should have reported to your superior. This is utterly unprofessional of you, and I shall be issuing complaints. In fact, if you know it's good for you, you should start looking for another employer.
It's at my threat that the smile on her face turns tight.
I see. It escapes you still. This is unfortunate. How despairing that this misery must go on. But maybe, if you come with me, I can help you. I can...
When she reaches out for me, I recoil with a hiss.
How dare you lay your filthy hands on me without my permission? I am not going anywhere with you. Now step back and walk away before I have you forcibly removed.
Here we go. As if a switch had been flipped, the woman's expression turns horrific. Although that may very well be an understatement of the century. She herself turns horrific. Her presence is suffocating, bearing down on me. I am rooted on the spot with no fault of my own. As my fear paralyzes me.
You are too much like that vile woman. poisoned by her rotten influence and her filthy words. But that can be remedied now that you're here. Oh, how we have waited to welcome you home. Come, my lord. The house beckons.
Demon House. I knew we should have had the preacher bless it, although we heard from Hannah's dialogue that she had a preacher bless it anyway. I guess the house doesn't need a blessing. The house needs an exorcism. Now that I think about it out loud. This house is unclean. Her fingers grasp at the back of my coat. I finally find it in me to break off in a run. I can still feel her eyes on me as I run back to the house. I refuse to acknowledge it, let alone look back. Oh, that's right. Elevator thing happened tonight, right? No, that's the closet thing. Wanting some alone time and fresh air, Luke excused himself, lingering in the gardens, as he remembered the memory of his late mother. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared at his side, striking up a conversation with him. It was all pleasant at first, until... But I refused to acknowledge it, let alone look back. I think we'll take a commercial break here. 60-second ads incoming. Now that's an opportunity to hydrate if I ever saw one. Alright. All I need is to get away from her and to make sure she stays away. If that means acting like a coward and seeking out company to keep me safe, nobody can tell me to do otherwise. Bravery isn't something to be lauded. Bravery isn't something to be lauded if it comes along with stupidity. Yeah, there's this fine line between bravery and stupidity, or bravery and foolishness, I should say. Oop, clicked out of the tab. Must have been a sight to see the usually composed and reserved Luke Wright bursting through the doors. Not that I have much of an audience, unless there are other staff members who've chosen to disregard my orders, then to leave. Really, I still doubt that the woman is one of the staff. Mustering up the courage, I look back to the windows to see if she followed me. She's gone. But I don't take any chances, putting as much distance as I can between us. How did you not figure out that that was a ghost? When you live in a society where 99.9% of people can read, and you hear someone that doesn't know how to read, it's like, that's an alarm bell to me. I don't take any chances, putting as much distance as I can between us. Stopping to catch my breath, Johann's sudden appearance nearly makes me jump out of my skin.
Don't fucking do that! You son of a bitch! If I had a gun, I would have shot you!
If I had any love left for my mutter, I'd take offense. But what happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
He did. He did see a ghost. If only it were such a delusion. But I can still feel her sharp nails digging into my back. The feeling was too real for it to have been a ghost.
There was his housekeeper. I think, I'm not sure. In the gardens. She was acting odd, and I thought to remove myself from the scene.
Strange. I made sure the rest of the staff had left and that the house was empty, as you requested. Describe this woman.
She had pale skin, dark eyes, and long dark hair. She wouldn't give me her name.
I half expect a name from him, the man who knows the staff better than I do, after all. But instead of an answer, he grows quiet. I'm pretty sure that that is not a good thing. Yep, we don't have anyone that fits that description on the staff. I'm even more worried when the other man looks me over. I have to protest when he pulls back my collar.
What the bloody hell are you doing?
Checking for marks. Needle marks, to be exact. We don't have anyone like that among the staff. You could have easily been kidnapped.
A cold feeling settles itself over me at the thought. I've long established my power over the more unsavory characters in Luxburn, or I thought I did, and the most harm I thought could come to me would be slander, robbery, or incarceration. Kidnapping? An attempt on my own person? I've forgotten that I am as human, as mortal as any other man, despite my wealth and status.
Fortunately, you look unharmed. But I advise that you be accompanied by trusted individuals at all times from now on. If not me, an assigned guard.
See, that's a good idea. As much as I don't like you, when Hana or Luke is involved, you seem to be pretty respectable.
I'll be informing them of this soon, as they return from their day in the city.
Already I can feel the energy leave me at the realization of what could have been.
All right. Yes, I suppose we should do that. But I think I'd like to call it a day. I should be safe in bed, yes?
I'll stand guard outside for the night. The madam has been inquiring about you, by the way.
A guard, any other threat, and he alone would be enough to make me feel safe. What I saw, whatever it is I saw, would one man be
That's
enough?
all well and good, but there's something else. That housekeeper, she...
Luke, you're home. I was worried about you.
I was in the gardens. I almost got kidnapped, and also we are definitely haunted. The grin that I can muster is probably lopsided. Forced as I snapped my mouth shut to keep myself blabbing about witches and monsters. Because here I am, standing in the hallway, dirt on my pant legs, and sweat dotting my forehead. Far cry from my usually pristine condition. I don't want to worry Hana. I cough.
What happened to you? You look like you wrestled in the mud and lost, dear. And those flowers. Were you gardening?
Kind of, yeah.
What? Oh, these... I didn't realize I still had them.
I really did not. But there they are, still in my grip, the daffodils I had taken from the garden. Even in the wake of my flight, I had refused to let them go. To let go of them, whether I was conscious of it or
Shall I
not.
put them in a vase?
I can't believe we're having choices this late into the game still. Perhaps I did it to save face, or maybe a small part of me really had planned to take them to her. But like the young man presenting flowers to a Valentine's, I awkwardly thrust the bouquet in Hana's direction.
They're for you.
These are lovely, thank you. But aren't these?
The surprise is to be expected, and the open-ended question leaves little interpretation. I've never given her daffodils before, especially not from the ones I've considered mine.
They're for you. Don't make me think that kneeling around in the dirt was a waste of my time.
It's not. It's not. Just... Are you feeling alright? I hope whatever I have isn't contagious.
It is. Chain letters are extremely contagious and should be exterminated with extreme prejudice. The only way to prevent chain letters from spreading is to vaccinate yourself by never opening your email, ever. In fact, don't read. Never read. With that said, let's go back to reading.
I'm not sick, Hana. I just got them for you. I thought they'd make you feel better, brighten up the room. I don't need my intentions questioned. The thank you was enough.
And I didn't mean to insinuate anything. But you're right. Thank you, truly, for these.
She takes them from me, then careful not to crush the stems. There is still uncertainty on her face, which endears and annoys me in equal parts. But she does look lovely with them. The very picture of her something that should be immortalized in paint. No. We said earlier that lack of literacy is how you can tell if it's a ghost. Because Yeah. When in doubt, if you find a creepy letter, don't read it. You should start with a textbook note more carefully. Nice. It should be for Mother, but it doesn't matter
Why don't
anymore.
we turn in for the night? You must be exhausted with all that gardening.
He's exhausted with all that everything. What does a dead woman care for flowers? Wow, we're skipping on ahead now. Really, little sleep was what I had feel completely drained come morning. Even when Hana rises from bed, in spite of the mild fever, she invites me down to breakfast. I can't be bothered to drag myself out from the comfort of the sheets. It's not like I need to do something particularly important today. The rain that has started sometime during the night doesn't help the mood. Okay, maybe it hurts. Or maybe it helps just a little. The strange sunny weather has been nice and all, but for it to return to as it should be feels like a good sign of things to come. Perhaps things will settle back to normal and the crazy drama that has gone on lately will die down. The rhythmic pitter-patter of the rain fills the early morning silence with a steady beat. Thank goodness I don't have to be anywhere in a hurry today. I would hate to be caught unawares in this rain. With how it looks outside, it seems that the weather is making up for all the sunny days it has given us with a good old-fashioned downpour. It does let up within the quarter of the hour, however. A day beginning with a cloud burst like this, locals usually take it as an immediate sign. Luxburn's abysmal weather is back, likely for good. I hope they did a damn good job of fixing this place, because I'd rather not have to deal with leaky roofs. That is a question that I never really bothered to pose earlier, or maybe I did when I was talking about renovations back in Chapter 1. Shout out to Chapter 1. Though Hana might find humor in it and perhaps ask me to sing in the rain or to wear out my anger, I don't like the idea that the reality did a horror. I do not like the idea that the reality did the realty, not reality. The realty did a horrid patch job with the place. Well, Hana technically paid millions for this place. It better live up to the price, or the realty companies that the realty companies sold it for. Yeah, they were complaining about it being cold in here. I didn't really notice till you pointed it out. There is no door on this balcony. Or maybe there is, and it's like on the outside, and it's like one of those wooden glass frames, like a window that shuts from the outside. But it's never been shown, so we can just pretend that there's never been a door there, and there never will be. Not that it's something she should be fretting about at the moment, when it's her health that's not at its best. Hana is going to be brought to the hospital for a checkup today, and if anything, I prefer that she focuses on getting better. That fever, no matter how slight it is, can't be good for unborn children, after all. Yeah, I don't imagine it is either. Perhaps a proper rest is all she needs, but I'd rather not assume things. I'm a businessman, not a doctor. I'm a doctor, not a businessman. Oh boy. Wonder of wonders why I even bother agreeing to babysitting duty at that. Oh, that's right. Oh wait, what was it that Kylie called the lady that was her friend? The ghost is probably, that I kept saying is very definitely likely the ghost. But here I am. Scheduled as today's babysitter for Suarez's brat. Once her father drops her off at the mansion steps. Though that is a worry for much, much later. If I wish to, I can ask that nobody bother me while I doze off in a cocoon of comforters. But as always, somebody has to be a buzzkill. Takako, thank you. That was the name of the She brings up that kid friend that we've never seen or heard from, and I always keep assuming it's the ghost. Because until someone proves me wrong, that's going to be my assumption. But as always, somebody has to be a buzzkill.
Are you really going to stay in bed all day?
Just until Kylie gets here.
What do you want? It's far too early to deal with your nosiness.
You must have been really rattled by what happened yesterday. If you need to talk about it, I am quite qualified in that regard.
And you aren't even the slightest bit bothered. Truly, not even the slightest bit worried?
I was worried. But I realized that it's not my life in danger, is it?
Yep. Although we may have screwed him over because he's now locked in the scary attic. Coming up later at... well, technically tomorrow morning at 1 a.m. roughly.
My worrying will not help matters. Neither will yours.
Yeah, that's a good point. Worrying doesn't really matter much. Loath as I am to admit it, he is right. The whole thing might have rattled me. But there is little point in jumping at every shadow I see from the corner of my eye. I shouldn't lose my head for a threat that might not even come. I should know better by now. But I've never been this worried about a possible threat in my life before. I'll be honest here. If anyone is in danger, it's Hana. I can take care of myself just fine. With security tightened, I'll have at least one guard, if not 5, making sure nobody gets within 10 feet of me without my say-so. Hana, on the other hand, is pregnant and will be away most of the day. It's all a small relief that Johans will be with her.
Are there any updates about the woman?
Being in the dark has me on edge. Information, any at all, maybe very well help me in calming down.
I've already briefed security about her, and more from the agency will be arriving tonight. But they haven't seen anyone fitting the description.
So you have nothing then? Fat lot of use you guys are. What do I even pay you for?
To stand around and do nothing.
Do me a favor. There's the door. Don't let it hit you on your way out.
Well, there is something. It's about McCulloch.
Can anyone blame me if I show the tiniest bit of interest? She's still not done with the house, and she's nice enough a woman. Plans to go back asleep are gone.
I called her secretary about taking the day off. He hasn't heard from her over the weekend.
She's probably passed out after enjoying a pint or 2 or 10 in a bar somewhere. She's an adult. It was the weekend. She's allowed to disappear and not think about work. Fuck. I wish I was passed out after a night of drinking. He does know that mobiles are a thing.
That's all well and good, but she's not answering her mobile either.
Interesting.
Mr. Parker will be filling a missing persons case with the police if she doesn't turn up today.
This is what I hate about missing persons cases. In all reality, for instance, this is something I feel like we should, as a society, take more seriously with missing person cases. If you can die from just 3 days of no water, 48 days before you start searching for people is stupid. I think 24 hours is more than enough time. Say, hey, we haven't seen this person. Can we look for them? I don't care if it's a waste of police resources. I'd rather have them looking for missing people than, I don't know, mishandling domestic disturbances and escalating them into shootouts. Certainly someone must know where she is. Tabs are kept, without fail, on people who come to work with me. You were the last person that saw her alive, actually. Now that I think about it. You're the one that let her go into explore the wine cellar. Background checks and constant surveillance. Background checks and constant surveillance until they finish their contracts with the rights. Some would say that it's all a bit over the top. But I can't be too safe. Too many want me dead.
What about one of ours? Has anyone seen her? She's pretty hard to miss with how tall the woman is.
The last anyone has seen of her was here. the morning of the party. Your housewarming party.
This isn't good news.
It wouldn't do for the police to hear of this and to suspect.
It's of little import that I can easily prove my innocence. It is all a matter of principle. Because even the accusation of misdemeanor should not stain my reputation, although maybe it is a bit too late to hope for a squeaky clean one. Besides, it'll be such a hassle to have the police poking about the house looking for a body that doesn't exist.
Now, if we're done here, I'd like to go back to sleep and...
Oh, but a body does exist. Kylie! Creepy girl, let's go. Well, there goes any plans of grabbing some shut-eye. Rolling over on my stomach, I can only scream into my pillow.
Of course, of course. Ugh.
You're the one yelling from what I'm assuming is the foyer.
Johans, distract her.
Oh, look, it's time for me to go.
Oh, I'm so back and forth on how much I love this guy.
Have fun with your little play date. So long, farewell, and auf Wiedersehen.
Goodbye.
No, Johans, don't you turn away from me. Keep her busy for an hour. Come on.
Come on. I just want a nap. I had like an actual caffeine crash earlier today. I had caffeine today in my drink that I was kind of not aware of. When you get root beer at somewhere and you forget that Coca-Cola uses caffeine in their root beer. I had a hard crash and fell asleep. I woke up and it's like 9 o'clock. So I just went from lunch to... So it's like, I think I took a 3 to like a 6-hour nap in the middle of the day today. I feel well rested and fully energetic now, but if you talked to me like an hour ago, I feel like I was dying. Ugh. I have to press my face against my pillow once more to suppress my groan. Just can't get loyal help anymore.
Hello there, little Fraulein. Your uncle is just upstairs and will be down in a moment. He is super excited to have you today. I hope you're well rested and ready to play a lot.
That bastard.
That bastard.
I'll be down in a sec, Munchkin. Let me just...
Change into a fresh shirt, brush my teeth, fix my hair, promote my very existence, wish I was anywhere else in the world right now. Don't get me wrong, Kylie is a great kid. Wonderful. Better than most brats her age. But handling a tyke is the last thing on my agenda right now with this whole Hana business. Fortunately, I am well versed in how the world works. I've long learned that the show must go on, no matter what hurdles might come in my way. So I set to preparing for the day. Running a comb through my hair is just divine and simply makes me feel more human. I don't comb my hair. It just naturally settles like this. Bed hair is disgusting, though it isn't as bad now as when I was a child. With how expensive a trip to the barber was, I often had to grow it out until mother had a time to cut it for me. The curls and tangles were simply horrid. Why, I was even mistaken as a little girl because of that. It certainly doesn't help that I was named Lucille. Honestly, I don't think I've ever made fun of his name yet. To be fair, I'm not one to make fun of names. After I had a conversation with a friend of mine the other day, my middle name, or my father's first name for that matter, is technically a slur from like the 1920s. People used to be called filthy Jays. For those who didn't remember that my middle name is Jay. J-A-Y. Like the bird. I always associated with the bird. But it was funny learning like when I was in like high school and college that it was like, oh, that was a slur? I don't even know what it really referred to, but that people used to call each other filthy Jays, and that was a thing. So weird. what actually brought up the conversation about Filthy Jays was a conversation I had about, again, something that I mentioned last night in the stream, which was Epithet Erased, where I was reading up a little bit about the lore of the series and how epithets work. Apparently, 1920s slang words were mentioned that they could have ended up as a epithet or a power word, and it's like, man, imagine if my power word described to my soul was J. It's like, yeah, that'd be fun. Probably wouldn't really be able to use it at all. Would be funny. Freshly pressed shirt is enough to chase away the last signs of sleepiness. The feel of crisp and clean cloth in my hands is clear marker to what started the day. Yeah, words. Smoothing down my suit and my hair with a sigh, I steel myself for the horrors of babysitting. The horrors that come with taking care of a child.
Good morning to you, Luke.
Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, Kylie grins at me as soon as I open the bedroom door. She swings the backpack she's clutching, hitting my leg in a show of impatience, and looking entirely unapologetic for it.
Did you just wake up? Don't tell me you forgot. It's our playdate today.
Do we run into him at all today? No, we don't. Did you just wake? Okay. I doubt I'd forget. Kylie's visits aren't frequent enough a thing that they've found a way into my schedule. They're supposed to be visits to her godmother. I think it's funny that we don't have a Kylie on the friendship meter. I feel like they had room for it. They could have had friendship meters for some of the side characters that show up a lot, like Johans or Kylie. Kylie should have at least had one of these. In all honesty, she definitely should have. Because there are quite a few named characters that we do meet multiple times, like Professor Clark, actually. We met him at least on more than one occasion. I think 3 occasions, to be specific. But we can't pick who a child gets along with. So long as I'm not busy, her father can drop her off for the day. Which is all well and good for me, if it makes Suarez focus on the work I give him. Besides, she's a bright child, tolerable. Kid's got a good head on her shoulders. And can get pretty mature for her age at times. Of course, they have to thank me for that. Her parents can take partial credit, but Hana and I have been there for this kid since she was just a small babe. She is still a small babe. She's like in middle school. The bar would just be question marks. Yes, but the bar would be nice, because then we could actually know how he feels about us. He seemed to like, because imagine if we could fill up his bar enough for it would actually make sense for like moments like we had to convince him to let McCulloch into the basement, for instance. That would have been something where a progress bar for Johans would have been useful. Whether or not he attacks and people when they invade the mansion would have also been something useful, but I guess it saves work by not making him more of a character. Why, I can still remember the first time I saw her. It was during her baptism. The only reason I was there was to accompany Hana, who was to be named godmother. She was such a tiny thing, not even a year old, and swaddled in her mother's arm, in a white cloth. It was the first time I really saw an infant up close enough to hold one at least. It had been terrifying to be given a little child to carry after a whole water ceremony. I've never done so before that, to hold any tiny life in my arms. I mean, you hold flowers, that's kind of like holding tiny life in your arms. Depends on how you define life. I could have just dropped her on her head, and this little tyke before me would have stopped existing then and there. Wow, that's a dark thought. But the child just smiled at me, babbling nonsensical words, childish dew and clinging to me, even as I tried to hand her off to Hana. She had thought it hilarious and adorable. My suit had been a mess, and I was nearly an anxious wreck by the time I handed her back to my mother. Yet it was pleasant, too, to think that I might be doing it again soon with Hana's children, with our children, kids of my own flesh and blood. In a few months' time, I'll be cradling them in my arms, hearing the ring of laughters in my ears. It's a tender thing to think about. And despite myself, in spite of all the fears that will never be good enough for them, I'm actually looking forward to it.
Of course I didn't, you little rugrat. I just had to take care of something before you arrived.
Really? Well, I guess that's fine. As long as it's only for work like last time.
Really? Now why don't we go back down and have breakfast in the parlor?
I already ate at home. Papa made one of his tortillas de patatas. He wouldn't let me leave until I finished every bite.
Can we go at least the rest of this chapter or the rest of this stream without mentioning food? Because I'm already getting hungry from that breakfast that Luke made earlier. Because like the last thing I did before I woke up and started the stream was literally eat. Ah, the Suarez's infamous tortilla de patatas. Those things are a hazard. You could probably use one to bludgeon someone into submission with how huge they are. It's a miracle Kylie could still be so energetic. I had trouble staying awake the first time I had one. The food and art and everything is upsettingly good. Even Giga has an entire video on how food and anime looks so good. It's a sin. Nothing should look that good. Nothing should look that delicious. Speaking of staying awake...
Well, I need some coffee in me at the very least. But if you'd like, you can jump straight to dessert.
Man, I wish I had dessert with every meal. I'd be putting on more weight than I already am.
Yes! Dessert, please!
It's easy enough to manage Kylie with the promise of sweets. With the promise of sweets, thankfully. The hard part is managing her before she gets the sweets, because I nearly have a heart attack when the kid races down the stairs. Just the thought of her slipping and breaking her neck is enough for me to rush down after her.
Slow down, the food isn't going anywhere.
The food is going somewhere. In my tummy.
Oh, you smart ass.
Jesus fucking Christ. Children.
With the shake of my head, I ushered Kylie towards the parlor in order a maid to bring food for us. You know, I was about to reprimand myself for swearing, but then he said the F-bomb like literally seconds afterwards in the next line of dialogue. Whatever breakfast there is, along with a cup of coffee for me and ice cream for Kylie. You know, ice cream as a little after breakfast dessert sounds great. I wish I had ice cream right now. But I can't leave the kid alone for too long unless I want her to turn the other room into a slaughter ground. Man, we haven't been back in this room in forever. Actually, we haven't really been seeing a lot of the inside of the mansion in a long time, to be honest. True to my expectations, I've only left Kylie alone for a few minutes, but she's already made herself comfortable. The stuff from her backpack has been left scattered across the room, from coloring books to crayons to toys. But she's well equipped to amuse herself with no trouble, though I can certainly breathe a little easier if she won't bring her doll a little along every time she visits. And that thing, the eyes. They stare into my soul. Narcissa, or Sissa, is a creepy little bugger. It doesn't help when Kylie left her during one. Finding this thing at the bottom of the stairs staring up at me at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning is a memory that will not be leaving me anytime soon. Even now it just stares at me from where it's seated. I'm wholly tempted to just throw the thing into the fireplace and banish it from whence it came. I could buy her a prettier doll, a better toy. I will break it and find a way to get rid of it. If it wasn't from Hana, and if only Kylie wasn't so attached to it. The thing is, some antique doll she found for the brat's 6th birthday. One of a kind. My darling Hana loves her so. And Kylie does try to be a good goddaughter, but when she can't keep her interest long with the wife, it's not something that Hana does wrong on her part. She does try very, very hard. It's just that she doesn't quite know how to really handle children. She'd never been around other children when she was young, surrounded by protective adults who catered to her every whim and worried for her safety at every minute. When she isn't able to keep up with Kylie, her first instinct is to be strict. Impose rules on the child, treat her as if she's been made of spun glass. Like every movement might break her. Ugh. I think I'm getting sick again. Can we stop looking at this doll, please? I at least have some idea of being around street kids. I know the games they've played and how they think. I know the scraps and skinned knees are all part of childhood, even with how I grew up. I had time to be a child and not some sheltered heiress. With Kylie, as behaved as she can be, with her toys and her books and her arts, she has to use up all of her energy somehow. To run around the playground and make a mess in the mud, or even just fake wrestle for a short while. Let her be a child when she wants, I'll say. If it becomes too much, just bribe her with sweets and ship her back to her papa. Problem solved. I'm sure that this is bad parenting, but honestly, in my personal opinion, I can't really complain with the methods. Let a kid be a kid. Doesn't last forever. Unfortunately, Hana isn't quite up for those sort of things most of the time. Thinking it'll spoil the child turns the whole playdate awkward every time. Taking the last seat left, I pluck one of her coloring books from the table and see it filled with dinosaurs. Not exactly what I expect to see for a little girl, but it doesn't hurt anyone. She wants to play with a doll and cars, or a doll, or dolls with their cars. What do I care? She's once put dolls in tutus on model cars even.
Oh, this is a new one. The last one you had was filled with horses, wasn't it?
Those were ponies, Tio. They're much cuter than horses.
I honestly don't know if most kids know the difference. I technically probably still don't know the difference.
But we went to a dinosaur zoo, and it was awesome!
You mean a museum?
Dinosaurs are my favorite.
I have no idea what that is, but it must be something. I'm only familiar with the T-Rex myself.
Yeah, they found, fossils of its claws. They're really long.
How long are the claws on a Tyrannosaurus Rex? I can't imagine they'd be long, but to someone as small as her, I could imagine she might think they're long. Because when you compare them to your own tiny hands.
They think the whole theory might be a bazillion meters tall. Even bigger than a T-Rex. Sisa says it'll be big enough to eat all my classmates.
She's talking to her dolls. Dinosaurs are the gateway drug to science. I don't think I have an argument for that. That sounds pretty good. To be though fair for me, my first interest in science was the ocean. Shelly laughs as I scrunch up my nose and grimace.
Takako says you're making a really funny face.
Taka who?
Oh, it's an imaginary friend, which makes me only even more suspicious that it's the ghost.
Takako, a friend I made.
I have to stop and look around, expecting one of the help to be there. The child does have a way of befriending just about anyone, as long as she puts her mind to it. Yet the two of us are completely alone. Thankfully, she only finds my disturbed look as another funny grown-up expression. That might be a lot more problematic than whether she plays with dolls or has... That might be a lot more problematic than when... That might be a lot more problematic than whether she plays with dolls or cars, though. Both the thoughts of Sisa giving Kylie ideas, and one of said ideas being massacred by dinosaur. Something I probably need to bring up with her father aside from work. But beyond murderous dinosaurs, creepy dolls, and imaginary friends, I find no trouble with Kylie. She is as energetic and as precious as any other type her age can be. She's an angel if she can get comfy and settled in after getting her sweets. When was the... So it's probably this day? This day? Career day. Darn, I hoped it specified. I was trying to figure out which friend we were trying to help in the bathroom. Because if it turns out all of Kylie's friends are dolls or imaginary friends, then that was definitely a ghost in the bathroom. We tuck into our waffles as soon as food is brought in. Our waffles became our waffles because she wanted her own plate to go with the ice cream. As soon as she saw mine. A fresh plate of berries was brought in as well, which really goes great with the rest of this feast, Kylie puts in. Damn it, I said I didn't want to see more food. I want it. I can reach out and touch it. It looks so good. No, I'm not going to lick my monitor. It's too far away. A fresh plate of berries. And if I indulge in the sweetness, I'll have a cup of black coffee to pair it off with. With our bellies full, Kylie grows content with the scribbling of scrap of paper and calmly chatting about her week. She talks of her older brother Rowan and their parents, how they plan to go to the Bloxland in Berkshire for the winter holidays. She talks of Miss Pink, and I have to shift my legs to become comfortable once more, the memory of my initial meeting with her still fresh in my mind. She talks of the sad man in the park, and of her new friend who likes to play hide and seek when she's not sniffing in the loo. When finally she finds nothing to talk about, she goes back to her drawings. That'll change as soon as her stomach settles, of course. The calm before the storm. Because behaved as she is right now, I can feel the curiosity just radiating off of her. There's a restless buzzing under her skin and a question on the tip of her tongue, as they often are with children her age. But for now, I can take this piece with no complaint for however long it stays. I have fun with the crayons as well, at the kids' insistence, even if I can't really draw. With Kylie using the black crayon, that leaves me with the blue one. I absent-mindedly start to draw a puppy to the best of my abilities. It's as I attempt to give the doodle dogs another eye that Kylie breaks her silence.
Teal? Where did Tia go? I saw them leave when I got here.
She had to go to the doctor.
Tia didn't look so good.
I've been expecting a lot of different questions. The kids always had a whole bunch of them ready for me, but I can only sigh when she posed this particular one.
She's just going to the doctor's for a checkup.
And as kids go, there are follow-up questions.
And you didn't go with her?
Well, you were going to be here, sweetie, so I had to stay behind.
So she's all alone? At the hospital?
Nah, she has Johans.
Oh, no, of course not. Tia has Johans and her maid and a guard. She's got plenty of company.
Yeah, but you're not with her.
How about we go and see her then? That would be my answer to this question. If I didn't know better, I'd say the kid is trying to make me feel guilty. I want to say that the little tyke is evil for making me feel so.
But I understand. When I get sick, Papa and Mama have to leave me with their maids, too.
Oh, they don't take care of you?
That doesn't sound right. Even my mom took care of me when I was sick as a child.
Well, they're always busy with work.
Oh, that's my fault.
Oh, I see. I guess that's no good.
Yeah. Finally, he feels some guilt over something. I know she doesn't mean to accuse me of anything, but as her father's boss, maybe I do overwork Suarez a bit. There's a lot of responsibilities that only he is capable of carrying out. Delegation is a thing, sure, but when said responsibilities are legally questionable at best, putting others to the task isn't always an option. But
maybe your papa is in need of some vacation time. He deserves it, doesn't he? He's a hard worker. I could arrange something for the holidays.
I could cut him some slack. Some of his assignments can wait. I can't do much for her mom. She isn't one of our employees, but this would have to suffice. It'll be worth it if it makes the little girl happy, because just like that, the somber look on her face turns into one of pure joy. It's like looking at a little sun, warm and bright. It's nice to do something kind every now and then.
Would you really, Teal?
Would you like that?
I'd like that very much, yeah. We can go to this museum. There's one with lots of cool trains and planes. I like trains.
I take it back. I love this kid. Anyone who loves trains is okay in my book. I don't care if she's possessed by an evil demon spirit that's probably going to murder us all in our sleep.
And there's the local Manor theme park and a monkey forest. There's a kid adventure farm too, the wacky warehouse, and a play barn as well. And
Back it up. There's a theme park based off of this haunted mansion in particular.
Whoa, slow down there, Munchkin.
We're just going to gloss over that?
I know you're excited, but I think you should let me schedule your dad's day off before you plan a whole year's worth of stuff.
There's an embarrassed giggle, but she does reel herself in. Enough to calm down, which is a feat in and of itself. It's obvious how giddy she is. And if she wasn't looking forward to the holidays before, like any child should, she does now.
I think Tia would be really happy if you were with her.
I do too.
You could have told me you needed to go to the hospital with her, Teal. I won't be angry.
I'd love to be with her, but I wanted to spend time with you, Munchkin. And she told me to stay. Besides, I don't like hospitals. They always smell like alcohol. And not the good kind either.
I actually like the smell of rubbing alcohol. It gives me a sense of clean and detoxified.
I don't think anybody likes hospitals. They're scary.
Although you gotta be careful not to breathe it in, though.
But you said Tia is brave and strong.
Very brave.
That she is.
A content silence comes over us as we go back to scribbling. Though I stop when I'm done with my blue dog, cringing at how awful it looks. Kylie reprimands me for that because I should be like her. The little tyke goes through several sheets of paper, one drawing after another. Practicing, she says, because practice makes perfect. Not to mention that there's a drawing contest coming up in class, and she just has to beat Tim from Class D, who says girls can't be superheroes. When does this set? What kind of kid thinks girls can't be superheroes? I'm sure that it's not like a 50-50 split of men and female superheroes like it should be, but there are certainly quite a few that come to the top of my mind. The clay gets a turn too, where we start sculpting food and pretending we're Michelin chefs. I only recently learned what that means. 2020, what a year, right? When we're too tired from tossing pizza and making cakes, there's no trouble in finding another activity more relaxing for the both of us. I find myself interested in reading The Picture of Dorian Gray once more. Often I lose myself in the pages of this book. However, it's rather difficult to do so when I'm also trying to keep an eye out or an ear for Kylie. I've been reading the same paragraph over and over again. Inexplicably, I can feel my skin crawl when the girl sits with Narcissa by the parlor's fireplace, humming and singing, "Please don't tell me it's London Bridge," though I ignore it for long enough to hear only the tail end of the song.
Everything is up in flames, up in flames, up in flames. Everything is up in flames, my fair lady.
Trains. Think about trains. Think about trains. Your happy place. Trains. Ah. Click clack, click clack, click clack. Woo woo. Happy place. Oh boy. With Hannah away for a checkup, Luke was left alone to watch over his godchild, Kylie Suarez. However, what was supposed to be a simple babysitting turned awkward when the precious child began spouting bizarre things. I don't think I could spend any more time with Kylie considering how high-strung I feel. So it's a good thing that Suarez came for her as soon as I've called. Though it's earlier than the agreed upon time, he voices no complaint. The bastard has even took a look of relief as soon as they left. He probably doesn't want her in this haunted house either. Oh no, there's a split in the trolley track. Or at least I interpreted it as such a form, where I've stood by one of the windows, not bothering to step out and greet the man. No doubt he still doesn't trust me around his spawn. He has every right to be suspicious of me. I am a dangerous man, after all. But to my chagrin, that leaves me with the rest of the day with nothing to do. Well, aside from picking up the mess that Kylie left scattered about in the parlor. To my immense relief, she remembered to take her doll home with her this time. But the same cannot be said for the crayons and papers littered here and there. First things first, I snatched my own doodle off the table and ripped it to shreds, leaving no hope that it will see the light of day. The rest of the drawings, all Kylie's, remain unharmed as I collect the lot. Though they have been stacked neatly on the table before, they must have been blown about when I saw Kylie off. There are plenty of them, from cats, and cakes, and colorful rainbows, and gardens. The child managed to make a lot during her morning here. There is one more that I have to fish out of the fireplace where it landed. It's a drawing of Takako, isn't it? Expecting to see another one of Kylie's masterpieces, I am instead greeted with something more concerning. Fuck, I called it! I hate being right! You know what? I'm going on a commercial break. I'm going to use the bathroom because if I don't, I will piss my pants probably in the next 3 minutes. So, after these messages, we'll be right back. I made a peanut butter sandwich. Now I have bread behind me, so we have munchies. That's right, we're going to eat our feelings away. We are afraid, therefore we eat. There's me, and then there's Kylie. The two of us side by side smiling, as our stick figure selves, and stand in a nondescript field. That much I can ascertain without looking at the labels below the doodle's feet. But a third figure stands next to me in the drawing. A woman with her face hidden behind a curtain of black. Takako, the writing under her supplies.
Says you're making a really funny face.
One big happy family. Yikes.
Takahu?
We're literally getting a flashback to 10 minutes ago.
Takako, a friend I made.
The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end and I feel a chill go down my spine. A breath. A breath that isn't mine. It has me turning around expecting, hoping to see someone, anyone, but nothing. And that's when I hear it. Laughter. Sweet and merry laughter ringing from the ballroom. That is so loud! Thinking about it, it has my cheeks burning and my blood running hot, as if I'm being mocked. As I stomp towards the door, I have to stop myself from shouting up a storm. I expect to see some of the help dallying about, idle in their duties. Perhaps they thought they could slack off in their duties without the head butler around, and with my preoccupation with Kylie. Well, they had another thing coming. But again, nothing. Nothing from what I can see with a cursory glance. At the very least, I roam around looking for a near impossible hiding place, and still I am all alone. Shouldn't you have a bodyguard? Yet I can still hear the laughter, that accursed laughter echoing about in the room in my head.
Who's there? Show yourselves and show some respect to the master of the house!
Cold uneasiness settles into my stomach when no one answers. I stumble on my 2 feet, feeling a wave of nausea come from nowhere. I have to put a hand against the wall to stay upright. When the world shifts and pain explodes from behind my eyes, it takes every ounce of my self-control not to heave then and there. The only thing my pride allowed me to do then is to close my eyes and attempt to alleviate some of the pain. Vague, unfamiliar images, dare I say, memories not mine, flash in my head, unbidden and unwelcome. Like a strong hammer strike to the head, threatening to crack my skull and split it in two. Whatever emotions they hold are muted. I am nothing but a spectator. Still, its weight feels palpable. Though it doesn't take long for these sensations to get into my head. Through my eyes and my ears, it creeps and buzzes in the spaces between. One after the other, they come at me. An unending flood that threatens to sweep me away for what feels like an eternity. Each one a show of both joy and suffering for those who have called this mansion their home. Each new scene like a hammer to the head, threatening to crack my skull and split it in two. Are these the memory fragments that we keep seeing whenever we get a bad ending? I can feel every emotion in the blurry images that present itself in my head. I feel a part of these, like I've lived through them, though I know that is not possible. All their anger burns through me. That much is evident. But the pain more so. And above it all are the whispers. The voices calling, luring, until one image emerges in a vivid contrast with the others. When there's a shout of joy, my eyes snap open, looking for the culprit. That's when the whole room just changes. Everything is the same, yet everything isn't. In living memory, there are people everywhere, laughing, dancing. I should be concerned about them, but my mind finds it easy to dismiss them as they fade in and out from nothingness. Instead, I find my concentration drawn to a man and a woman. Though one can only call them the Lord and Lady, going by their clothes. And oh, just see how happy the couple looks. Though the man's eyes are eerily blank, like he's not all there. His face is familiar, though. In fact, they both are, but I can't quite place why, because their portraits are around. The two make for a pretty picture. As they dance in the center of the ballroom. Even the phantom crowd's attention stay on them. It reminds me so much of Hana and I during the early days of our marriage, the honeymoon years they call it. We were happy then too, all smiles and her sunshine. Even with the normal dreary weather, younger we had less to worry about, or at least thought that way. Ugh, it's getting loud. I wished we could go on. Wished we could go on that way, even with all I did and had to do. But life has a way of catching up. There was work to be done. Although we had to stay the loving, perfect couple in public, I could not afford to look so weak. To appear tied down to someone else. To those who knew who I really am. I had to just harden my heart when I have business. But it hadn't always been so easy to just switch that part of me on and off. I should be concerned about their intrusion too. Ask what in the bloody hell they are doing in my house, throwing a party as if it's their own place. They're ghosts, you can't tell? I ask myself how the fuck I didn't notice what was going on before. When the parlor and the foyer are both only a few doors away. But I have a feeling that the yelling and screaming at them won't do much of anything anyway. None of the others have given me any notice. I realize that this might not even be real. It dawns on me that these two people are from the paintings. The ones all over the mansion. Which makes sense. I don't think I'm imaginative enough to make all this up on my own. This must be a dream. Or a really horrible high. Just then I can feel eyes on me. I contemplate the absurdity of the situation, yet I find difficulty in trying to tear my eyes away from the two dancing. I manage, and I regret looking away. The woman from the garden stands beside me. I can hear her rattling breath, menacing and chilling. Everything in me screams to run. But something pins me to the spot as she just looks at me, watching and waiting. The clamor of their voices fill the ballroom. Although they say such welcoming words, I do not feel comforted by the madness I'm experiencing. Their joyous voices turn sinister and foreboding into my ears. The chorus of people that shouldn't exist, threaten to overwhelm me. Drown me, even as I stand on dry land. The music still plays as the Phantom Quartet continues while I stand there, vulnerable and afraid. But the dance has already ended. and I'm afraid I might just be tonight's entertainment. Attention is all well and good until bullocks like this go down. These phantom people watch me. Thousands of eyes scrutinizing. You can fit 1,000 people in this room? Though they cheer for my return, cajole me to dance and join in the merriment. There are eager hands all over, pulling me in every direction, but they do not move me enough to remove me from the woman's gaze.
Listen. Can you not hear them as they welcome you home? Your kind, our kind. You're one of us, my love. We are bonded by the blood we share.
That's not creepy at all. Peanut butter was a bad idea. If the thought of the voices were overwhelming before, it's nothing compared to how they are now. Their voices are loud, speaking in unison and echoing ever on the spaces in my head. They welcome me back as if I've always belonged, as if I was meant to be here in the first place. They call me all these titles and names that do not belong to me, and that man's face, the one with the empty eyes, flashes again and again before me. Once fleetingly, like a new memory having burned itself in my mind. I have to struggle for air when I come back to myself after.
I'm not. This isn't.
The welcomes turn into screams at my protest, pained and desperate pleas for my help, telling me that it is my duty to stay, telling me that I belong to them. Gentle touches turn near threatening, the warning scratches and the baring of teeth by predators before they truly maim someone. My mouth goes dry as I struggle to speak some sense of this hallucinatory madness, but I don't get the chance as they drown out my voice. See, if I were him and I survived something like this, I would never drink again.
Our Lord, my Prince.
At her words, there is a compulsion to stay. Though my heart races in my chest, I fear I should be The fear I should be experiencing refuses to register in my head. Mind and body at war with one another, nearly tearing me in two.
Oh, you finally returned to us.
The compulsion to walk into her arms is strong. Whispers in my head tell me to go to her. They say that she is safety. She is home and heart.
We have been waiting for so long.
But repulsed at these thoughts, I wrench away and turn with a small gasp. Without hesitation, I start to make a run for it. I nearly falter when an angry shriek pierces the air, inhumane and monstrous. Here it comes. I don't dare look back. I just run. I didn't care if this was a drug-induced hallucination or not. Just run! Out of the ballroom. We still have an hour till Ashton gets here. Alone lurk... We're... Finally. Quiet. I don't know if you guys can still hear that. So I'll mute it for you guys too. Alone, Luke heard voices coming from the nearby ballroom. When he decided to investigate, he was assaulted with memories not of his own, and at the center of it all, the same woman who appeared before him the day before. Out of the ballroom. and out of the parlor. It's only then that I bother to look back, hoping and praying to the God I scorn that it did not pursue me. I would have run all the way out of the mansion too, if only someone didn't get in my way. I collide with a body much larger than mine and fall back to the ground, head spinning as I look up at the stained glass. Turning my head to the side replaces the colorful sight with a pair of shiny black shoes. Fatigue fills my every inch of my being then, making me refuse to get up. Meanwhile, a familiar head of ginger hair looks down at me in bemusement.
You really must look where you're going if you insist on running about. Do tell, where is the fire?
Oh, thank God you're here.
I do hope you don't have a concussion. Can you count backwards from 15 to 1 for me?
Oh, fuck off, you wanker. Just help me up.
I do not think insulting me if you do have a concussion is a smart decision. But no, really. 15 to 1.
15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, let's move on.
That woman, she was here. I told you to keep an eye out for her.
The other man offers an arm and pulls me up to my feet then. But before I can storm off and pull him to the ballroom, he anchors me down with one hand on my shoulder and the other touching the back of my head.
No bruising or bump. That still does not mean that you don't have a concussion. If you are too lazy to count backwards, can you tell me your full name? Where are you currently?
We don't have Lucille Mitchell Wright. And this is the Ermengarde bloody fucking foyer.
Yeah, that adds up.
But we don't have time for this.
You must make and have the time to make sure you are not broken in the head. I have already sent security to scour the whole house when I saw you running out of the parlor, Dummkopf. If the woman is here, they will have her. You will only be slowing them down if you plan to interfere.
When he points that out, I realize that there are guards starting to filter into the house as we speak, with some already searching the nearby rooms. Armed and uniformed men go about in pairs, making it so that the house is a flurry of activity. He lets go of me then, with the knowledge that I'm not going to keel over anytime soon.
I was hoping that you would be tired from dealing with the young miss on my return. Instead, you come running and hit your head. Such a troublesome boy. Shall I be carrying you to bed, too?
I can manage just fine on my own. Though I don't see how I can sleep until that woman is caught.
It'll be easier to keep you safe in your quarters. This is twice we've known the woman to break in. I think we can safely presume that you hold her interest.
He says it as a matter of fact, in a tone that brook no argument. That I think they meant to say broke. Not that I'd argue it if it means I'm kept safe. The two of us hurry upstairs, though we remain watchful and wary of any potential threats to my person. We make it to the master bedroom without any trouble, and two of the security are left outside the door. No problems at all. Not until we get inside. Johann's eyes scan the room wildly, a look of dread on his usually stoic face. I don't understand for a moment, looking around the bedroom. It's empty. But then I realize...
Miss Hannah, she came home with you from the hospital, didn't she?
She's supposed to be here. I sent one of the maids to accompany her here, to let her rest.
I feel the color drain from my face when he raises a hand to stop me from charging out of there. Finally, we're catching up. I think Ashton's probably in the basement right now. No, it hasn't started raining yet. So Hannah disappeared, which is why he thought Ashton had something to do with it when he confronts us.
Stay.
I'm not staying in here while Hannah stays out there.
One of the guards will find her and bring her here.
And what if they don't? What if that woman gets to her first? What if she already has her?
That's not possible.
You can't promise that.
There's no second thought as I reach under the side of my bed and pull out one of my knives. I have no doubt that the other man can take me on if we're both unarmed. But with this, I can even the field, or at least deter him from escalating the situation and risking hurting either of us.
I'm going out there to look for Hana, and you're either with me or you aren't. I'm not risking Hana, and I'm not leaving her alone.
Still, like a stubborn mule, he refuses to budge from the door. There's a withering look on him that I try to match. One that somehow I am losing fast to. Even with him not saying a word
Can
yet.
you see yourself in the mirror right now? You are in no proper state to go looking for anyone. If it will make you happy, I will do the looking. But please, and don't make me repeat this, stay where it's safe, where security can find you. We already have one person to be worried about. Please don't add another one to it.
Yep. Perhaps it is his tone. In spite of his general disdain for virtually everything that he has to do with me, I'd like to think that over the years he has grown to care for Hana at least. Much as I loathe to admit this, I trust him with her safety over any servant in this house. So, an
You have
acquiesce.
2 hours, Shuriken. I don't think it'll take that long to find one missing woman in this house. 2 hours. Any more than that, and I'm going out there.
Of course.
Despite his words, he lingers. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he wants to make sure I get in that damn bed and asleep before he turns away from me. What am I, a child, watching me and treating me like one? There's the reason why we will never get along.
Well, what are you waiting for?
And the knife?
The knife stays.
The knife stays.
Very well.
Only then does he seem to get the hint. With a nod, he leaves, locks, and closes the door behind him. For a moment, I still hear his voice while he gives the guards outside firm instructions, then in a hush as soon as he departs and the footsteps fade away. One that doesn't quite last. As quickly as the silence settles, lightning flashes across the sky, followed immediately by the loud boom of thunder. And that wanker strikes so dangerously close that I can feel the electricity in the air. Power goes out, and not a second later I feel as if I am being mocked by whatever greater power there is. Bumping into Luke after his flight from the ballroom, Johans quickly ushered the paranoid man to his room, while the house's security looked for the trespasser, only to be greeted by a room devoid of Hana, who was supposed to have arrived with him, the butler. All is deathly still for a moment, but soon the rain starts once again. Far heavier than a light drizzle from this morning, it's the pitter-patter of hard hitting against the place's roof. I almost said palace. Despite the noise, I find myself drawn to my bed, exhausted, hoping for a little nap. I'm safe here. Hana will be safe too. Shuriken will find her, and when I wake, she'll be here. It does not take long. Once my head hits the pillow, in a matter of minutes, darkness claims me, bringing with it laughters and whispers of a twisted love from a time long ago. Nightmare fuel.
Who are you? Stay away!
Sweet dreams, my love. It'll be over soon.
That laugh is going to haunt me in my dreams for many years to come. There we are, the moment of truth. Yet in spite of the unfamiliar voices and unwanted touches from the shadows lurking in the dark, rousing is a slow and arduous process. Difficult, every limb heavy with lead, no matter my aversion for the words they murmur in my ears, or the sight of her horrid smile from afar, my body refuses to yield. I am at their mercy. Beyond fathomable reason, my consciousness refuses the pull of the waking world, choosing to linger in the pits of a dream, gradually drawing me deeper into the unknown depths. Somehow, even if I might, Somehow, even if it might mean I may never open my eyes, I allow them.
Do not belong there, my prince.
Not that I mind getting a few extra hours, of course. The bed's more than comfortable as it is, after an exhausting day yesterday. Babysitting Kylie, and the stress of finding an intruder in my own home. I think I deserve a little break every once in a while, especially after going through all that in a single day. I can only be on the receiving end of so many unacceptable things within the span of a few hours, you know. As gracious as a host as a person I am, my patience has its limits too. Although there's still that problem with Hana. I haven't forgotten that, of course, but that's why I hired Shroken. He's competent enough. He won't even last a day in my service if he is any lesser. Than those half-wits who think they can deceive me with such sweet words. He's more than capable of working on his own without guidance. Let the butler take care of that little problem with Hana while I... Hana.
You do not need her.
Yes, you do.
I am here.
Yes, you do.
We are here.
Fuck the ghosts.
This is where your home is.
I may not like Luke a ton, but I don't want him to be another Johnny from frickin' We're not gonna end up like Jack Nicholson in The Shining. I'm not gonna see Luke inside a painting.
Come back to us.
How long has it been since? Johannes has never taken this long before.
There should have been an update by now. Alright?
So why isn't there?
Please don't go.
Bloody hell, the cretins I've surrounded myself with.
And isn't that enough reason to force myself out of bed? As it has always been the case. Yeah, I've said no more times than I can count at this point in this series of live streams. My eyes fly open, expecting warm rays of sunshine flittering through the curtains, only to be greeted by a blinding flash of light and a loud boom of thunder that sounded nearly too close to my ears. Strong gusts of wind will occasionally burst through the open balcony door, so there is a door there, bringing in drizzles of cold rain into the room. I must have left it open earlier before dozing off. The carpet and floor closest to it is already drenched. Hana's going to be so cross once she sees this. Not that it's an immediate problem. If anything, it's this power outage we should be minding first. With the intruder still at large, steering through the darkness might be far more fatal than multiple stab wounds. Or a gunshot to the chest.
Oh, great. The power's still out. That is exactly what I need right now. Yes.
Yay. It's a storm, of course. I should have moved back to the penthouse. Weather in much more comfortable setting. Already I can hear the creak and groans of this old place as rain beats against the windows.
Johans! Has someone been sent to check the circuit breaker yet?
No answer.
Johans?
Silence.
Shroken! Someone! Anyone?
Still nothing, and my cordial mood is quickly dissipating.
Where are those idiots when you need them?
It's really a wonder why he hasn't fixed this yet. Was I really out that long? Can't be. It has only been a few hours after midnight, if the time was on my wristwatch was anything to go by. Unless I've forgotten to change it again. The last overseas trip a month ago. Though the delay is understandable if he went looking for Hana as he promised. But bloody hell, my safety's also at stake here. Cursing, I stay still, letting my eyes try and adjust the darkness while my hands fumble for my slippers. If that butler isn't going to fix this, I may as well order security posted outside to do it. It's probably just a blown fuse. Anyone with a brain can repair one. Grabbing my jacket with footwear finally on, I make for the door. Although in haste, I pause briefly when a gleam catches my eye. On one of my drawers underneath the clutter I've yet to organize, the muzzle of a gun peeks out. Hana has never openly commended my possession of it, but I know she does not approve of it, knowing the bloody firearm policy in this nation. Of course, I've not found much use for it, even in the 7 years we've been together, otherwise she would have already had it thrown out years ago. Doesn't mean it won't be useful right now. Without a second thought, I seize it, sending the stuff piled above it onto the floor. Whatever. Get to it later. This blackout problem should be resolved first. Right next to my missing security detail, as it turns out.
Where the fuck did everyone go?
Yeah, I thought that was really weird there was no security when Ashton got here. They were all outside. There were two, weren't there? Shrokin had 2 blokes posted to stand guard for the night. I might be panicking for a bit earlier, but I'm quite sure I haven't gotten delusional yet. What, did both of them decide to take a break? Because they think their master's already sound asleep and I won't be looking for him?
Nitwits.
I know assassinations happen very rarely these days, even less in a peaceful city like Luxburn, but bollocks. There's been a woman going in and out of this place uninvited who may or may not want to put a knife in my back. Isn't that enough reason to stay on the alert? I'm fairly certain Shrokin won't just enlist their help just for this power outage, only to leave me unprotected. We have a difficult friendship, so to speak, but I doubt that the man is an opportunist. I'm holding the lives of his family in my hands, after all. He knows that what I am capable of doing. He's not stupid enough to do anything that'll endanger them or save only himself. So where then? Only my footsteps echo along the dark passage. I am left gripping the handle of my pistol for some sort of comfort. Without proper lighting, and with this storm still raging outside, stories I've heard about in this place seem to have some truth to it. Some. If I'm reaching, and I wish to entertain myself for a bit, I'll say there might also be ghosts whispering in my ears, calling. Of course, it's just the wind and the trees rustling outside. Nothing good will come from allowing these thoughts to linger when problems are piling up in front of me one after the other. Especially with what greets me once I get to the foyer. Though it's dark, large windows illuminate the area much more easily than any of the other rooms. And from where I stand at the top of the stairs, I can easily make out the forms and recognize them even. So Ash is in the attic right now, or this is where they're pulling out of the rooms. Wait, this happens after this? How? Luke Wright woke up in a storm raging outside with his whole house eerily quiet. Power was still off and his butler was nowhere to be found. Even when called, taking his gun with him, he went out to investigate the foyer of his own house. How did they mess that up? It's all gone crazy when these intruders come into my house. I'm no stranger to a cop playing dirty. The smart ones knew that neither life nor criminals are going to play fair. And if one of this Wog's sort is in on this, I'm not surprised too. But Lily, the estate agent? She doesn't seem the sort. And Daisy too. What will Kylie think of Miss Pink and the poor Ike finds out about this? Not to mention Mint. Anna trusted her. I trusted her to be a professional, at the very least, for fuck's sake. To top it all off, they'll have the nerve to look surprised when I announce my presence.
Well, well, what have we here? If I were any less sober, I'd say this is the beginning of a joke.
Bloody trespassers, what's wrong with these people? Did they really think that I'll be fine with them walking into my home like this? What are they even doing in here? If I didn't know any better, they might also be behind Hana's disappearance.
That's right, my love.
Oh boy. They must have a motive.
Make them pay.
Ignore the voice in your head, please. Right. And it better be a good one. What on earth does the ghost have against these people? Is this really about the chain letter, or is there something else going on? Or a bullet to the head is the least of all of them will deserve.
Let's see. A photographer, a high school teacher, a real estate agent, an interior designer walk into a mansion.
Thunder crackles once again, cutting me off. This time its sound hits close enough that it nearly feels as if the windows of the ground itself are rumbling. All is deathly still for a moment. I don't let it stop me, however, as I slowly make my way towards them, taking one careful step at a time, relishing in the expression of fear in their eyes. I suppose there's something ominous in this setting, with the heavy rain outside and the lack of lighting here. I kinda like it, to be honest. It adds something to the atmosphere. I suppose I must look like the villain now. But short of getting close to them, a noise to my left distracts me, briefly halting my movements while curiosity takes it over every murmurs in my head. And it's a good thing perhaps that I did, because as soon as I look up I see him. Another trespasser. Great. Just as he's about to jump down from furniture that has somehow ended up piled up blocking the door to the parlor. Yeah, I don't know how that ended up like that. That's so weird that they're not going to address how that happened. Maybe if Johans gets out here, they barricaded it for some reason. I don't know why they would, but I guess they did. What happened there? And did he really think it's alright to do that in other people's house? Lout.
Teach him, my lord. Put him in his place.
My hand's already moving before any rationale could stop me. My fingers firm my gun when I finally release the safety from it and take aim. Not at him, but at his friends. They are his, aren't they? Why else would they be here together? Doesn't matter. He won't let the people he cares about be harmed. My finger's on the trigger more than itching to shoot, but I hold back. Sure, I could have simply taken aim at him. But more than seeing him bleed, I want to see the expression on his face when he realizes everything he's doing is futile. He's trapped. Lives are in my hand. His life is in my hand.
Had I known there would be a party in my own home tonight, I would have opened a bloody bottle or two.
Okay, now we're catching up.
People these days, in my own home, can you believe it? I feel so left out.
I can tell the exact moment the realization dawns on him. The realism dawns on him. A short second of his body freezing and blood draining from his face as soon as his feet hits the floor and he looks up. Back to this! He's already a prey, trapped in his own recklessness.
Pathetic.
And really, Daisy, even you, what would Kylie say?
Luke, this isn't what you're thinking. You have to listen to us. There's something going on here.
Well, obviously, why else would people be trespassing in my home? What about little Lily over there, then? What's your excuse? Checking back if your clients are doing okay? Is that it? Is this what this is? Oh, we're doing good, by the way.
No, we're not.
Sir, please.
Lily.
Oh, please, what?
Becca's right, sir. We need to get out of this place. You need to leave.
Not a good enough excuse, darling. You people are the ones who need to get out of my sight.
All right.
Don't worry. I might consider pressing lighter charges for the woman. Can't say the same for the rest of you. But really now, I swear the people of this city need to be taught the meaning of privacy.
Privacy.
This is how you want to start the week. Why don't we just go with a bloody massacre if we want to surprise people in their homes, huh?
It's just a passing remark, of course. I'm not stupid enough to do something that'll bring a negative attention to myself. Reputation and all that. Can't just risk it. The thought of having dead bodies here, ones that I'm not responsible for, they're the ones that trespassed. It's already quite too much. It'll literally be overkill, especially for someone like me. Nevertheless, joke or not, Feathers wastes no time drawing his own gun at the sight of the wave of my own, even if he knows it's already too late. Still, he glares at me. Still, he fights back.
Now, Feathers, manners. You're in no position to be pointing that gun at people.
There's no desperation in him like I'm hoping, just annoyance, flickering shortly before being hidden underneath a challenge. The likes of him are the kind of people I hate the most, even with their failures already glaring down at them, mocking every worthless move they make. They have the impudence to stare people in the eye.
Why don't you put yours down first, and then we'll talk about manners.
Oh, he talks back. The gall!
The gall!
You know, your kind pisses me off so much.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that line. Annoying. Most of the time, like a damn pest you can't be rid of. But to some degree it is. Commendable. I'll give him that. After all, we're almost the same in that regard. Almost. I'm still the better person, of course. He tells me to put the gun down, but I see no reason why I should. I'm a homeowner in defense of my own home. I have the right to. I'd like to think. We have stand your ground laws in some states here in the United States. I don't know what it's like in Britain. Questionable permit of firearms aside. It's not like I wanted this, but I'm already high-strung, and their presence does not help. Bloody peasants. I can never seem to figure out how their minds fully work. Take this one, for example. Despite the pride brimming in him, he now matches my glare with one of his own. He simply lowers his pistol after a long second, not in surrender. The tense set in his shoulders tells me as much, but the closest he can get to lowering his own ego, in favor of something that I can't quite place. We actually begged. We got to beg. Interesting. Gotta admit, I'm almost disappointed.
As you should be, my lord.
I expected him to hold on until one of us shoots the other. Can't say it'll be more exciting that way. A bullet inside part of my body isn't something I'd like to have on a bad day like today, or any day for that matter. But it'll surely be predictable of him. And I like predictable. They're the kinds of people who are the easiest to deal with, no matter the situation. With them, there's no second guessing what they'll do. He shoots, I shoot, one of us dies, the other walks away. Nothing complicated. Nothing requiring much more brain power. Just muscle memory and whoever's the better shooter. End of story. And here he is, dragging a deep breath and setting aside the only thing protecting him. I could easily shoot him this way. Be done with this whole farce of a conversation. Instead, I'm finding myself listening. A concession for a person who, in another life, would have also become a person I am today, had his circumstances allowed it. Damn shame. We might have gotten along.
Listen, Wright. I need you to...
But alas,
You broke into my house, and somehow, you expect me to listen like a good little boy. Are you a bit touched in the head, Feathers? I'm not the one breaking laws here.
yeah, you are technically. You just made it in your head at least, to no permit for that gun.
Look here, fucker. If I wanted you dead, I could have done it so many times already. In fact, I can easily shoot you down right here, right now. And you won't be able to do a damn thing, even with that gun.
A meeting of two prideful blokes will never go well, whichever lifetime it is. I can only laugh at his audacity, his lack of shame and fear, even facing the business end of my pistol.
You know what I'm thinking right now? In another lifetime, we would have probably gotten along well.
The best truth I can offer him. Not many people, those who have slighted me in the particular, live long enough to see it.
He should be grateful. You're already gracious enough, allowing him to stand in your presence like this.
Shut up, boys. Yes, especially when he has a lot to answer to. Preferably right now, because as generous as I have been so far, my patience has limits. My amusement can only last for so long. In 2 steps, I'm standing in front of him, grabbing him by the collar and resting a cold muzzle of the eagle against his temple.
Luke, no!
Hey, now you two, I'm sure we can all talk about this first.
He'll end up a pretty smear on the wall this close.
Teach this loud a lesson.
What is it that you people really want with me? This is the second time this week, and I'm really getting weary of this little game. Did the NCA send you to apprehend me? Or has somebody paid you off to kill me? Which one is it, Feathers?
Neither.
Mind you, my arm's getting tired. Better answer quick if you don't want to beat the business end of this gun.
Alrighty. Get to the good part. And he knows it. Of course he does. Hitman or not. He has been trained, judging purely from his stance. But not many bother to be cautious as him. One glimpse at my handgun's safety earlier is all it took for him to see I mean business. Similar. Too similar. We're too alike in so many little ways, it's funny. Down to the fact that he doesn't even flinch no matter how heavy the threats in my words are. Even knowing that one flick of my finger on the trigger would be the end of his sorry life. He should have caved in by now, started begging like so many others before him. Instead, he throws more vitriol, adds more kindling to a fire already burning.
I'm not with NCA. I'm just here to help. There's something else in this house, and we're all in danger. You have to believe me, right? You need to let us go. You need to get out of here before it's too late. If you want to keep your sorry ass alive, you'll listen to people with more brain cells than you.
Igniting it further than I can help but return it to with equal fervor. We don't need him, my love.
Why, you insolent!
Oh, did they forget to voice that line? I feel like that one was actually supposed to be the ghost. It's only 12:20. I can keep going for a little bit longer. We've only now hit the 3-hour mark. Okay. We both decide to move in that moment, both of our bodies tensing, each of us racing to get ahead of the other. However, before we can even get a head start, a voice unexpectedly rings above the chaos, about to ensue.
Luke, help me. Please.
And we're finally back here. I've always been cautious and careful, cutting off trouble's head before things can escalate. If I'm able, that's why I deal with the likes of Harvey, Suarez, and Johans. For all who we are, for all enemies the likes of us can make, such a thing has never happened before, because of everything I do to make sure it doesn't happen. So to see Hana in danger, I don't quite know how to feel or what to do. Of all the times there has been a hostage situation, even in this one, why now? Good fucking god. What is going on here?
Help me. Please. Please make it stop.
I think death would be preferable if my sense of self-preservation was shot to high hell. It would deprive me of a choice and responsibility in the matter. And I don't want to think about how fast my heart beats, so that I hardly hear anything other than my own heartbeat and her pleading.
Please. They're in my head. Screaming. It hurts so much.
What do I do? What can anyone do against someone holding your life in their hands? With a woman that looks more monster than man. When the woman's expression turns into one of amusement and her laughter fills the air, I want to call her out on it. There's a rage shimmering just beneath my skin. But my own scream dies in my own throat. All I'm able to muster is a pathetic croak. She laughs as if it is some sort of sick joke. My breathing becomes a bit too shallow for my liking, and I feel like I'm on the precipice, where one wrong move can lead to someone dying. This is crazy. All of it.
Luke, help me, please. I can't.
And something in me snaps. There's a switch in my head that wants to go one way or the other. Okay. Alright. Neat. What am I doing? Why am I even hesitating? I won't go so far as to claim any sort of decent human being. This is Hana, my wife, I'm talking about here. What sort of husband, what sort of father would I be if I stood idly by while she was in danger? That doesn't change the fact that this is all fucking insane, of course. Having all these intruders is crazy. To think about going at this thing is crazy. I can hardly classify it as a person in my eyes. Perhaps a maggot that needs to be crushed under my shoe, just like the rest of this sorry lot. But a person? Hardly. But I care none for any of it. They don't matter. All that matters is that Hana and my children are in danger. But cold pours over me, freezes me in place once more when I try to make demands. I have to take deep breaths, grit my teeth, and steel my fist, even if I find courage to speak up.
Let go of her! Don't hurt her! Whatever it is you want! Just don't you dare hurt her!
And if my voice isn't as firm as I'd like it, it doesn't matter. I will beg and plead if I have to. On my knees, bend my fucking proud neck and maybe even break it, just to make sure she's safe. It's not her life alone that is in danger. Our children's lives are on the line. Even mine, perhaps. Because I don't know what I would do if anything happened to Hana. I will plead for the woman who will be the mother of my children. The cold stillness is gone in my body. My very skin feels like it's on fire. Then I have to shout, scream at her, when Hana continues to cry out in pain.
What do you want? Money? Is that it? I'll give you however much you want.
Luke, please make it stop. I want it to stop.
Just stop whatever it is you're doing to her. Can't you see she's hurting?
There's like 5 other people in the room. Why won't they speak up?
Let go of her! Now!
I say it with such a ridiculous conviction. And of course she won't listen. Why would she? She has the upper hand here. There's no reason for her to do as I ask. But her voice is but a whisper and deathly slow. I'm hard-pressed to hear her over the pounding of the heart in my ears. She speaks, the woman from the gardens, the servant girl from the ballroom, the hallucination, vision, memories, whatever they were. A hush settles in the room as we listen.
Do you really wish to be with her?
There are no second thoughts.
More than anything. So please, let her go.
Though her expression doesn't change, I have this most awful feeling that it wasn't the answer she was looking for. I can see how the woman's fingers tighten around Hana's throat. I hear the hitch in her breath, and I fear that I've made the worst decision in speaking out. I didn't think she would listen, yet she does. The hand on Hana's back sends her falling down the stairs. I move to catch her and send us both sprawling to the foot of the stairs. With my back to the ground and her on top of me, the pain doesn't even register in my head. All I can worry about is Hana and the baby's well-being as I pull both of us off the ground and away from the stairs, away from her. Angered, Luke demanded Hana's release from the woman. Although the woman eventually released his wife, there was an anger and contempt in her face. All of a sudden, the whole house shifted. In a blink, blood and gore was everywhere.
Are you alright, Hana? Are you hurt?
It takes much too long for my liking before she speaks, and all she's able to do for a moment is whimper in pain, a hand to her throat. When she does manage to speak, her voice is far too faint along with the hold she has on my arm. It's terrifying to see her like this, and to think I nearly lost her.
You're fine, Luke. I'm sorry. Just give me a moment.
For a moment, we forgot. But
You deserve each other.
just hearing her voice triggers something in Hana, and she starts to tear up. Her face contorts into one of pain and fear. But I grab her by the shoulders, keep her placed so that she can see me and only me, and so that I can only see her too.
Look at me, Hana. Look, I'm here. You're safe. I won't let her hurt you again. You understand? Just breathe.
I don't know exactly what in bloody hell is going on, yet I can't find it in me to care, whoever these people are, and whatever they're here for. These are not acceptable conditions for a pregnant woman. For all I know, this is some dumb charade to get to me. All the times I have seen the woman before could have all been an act to get to me, to get under my skin. And to think that they dare hurt Hana. For all that fear that I had left, seeing her touch Hana, I can only think of her as an actress in grotesque makeup. My hand still shakes. The fear not having quite gone. But anger fills me as I look up at the woman, sneer on my face.
How dare you! I don't care who you are, but how dare you touch Hana! I want you out of my house! Out before I call the police and have you put away for the rest of your miserable life! And that goes for all of you!
I hold my ground firm and strong with my declaration. But the nerve of her, she just laughs in my face. A terrible, dreadful laugh that makes me feel as if there are ants crawling on my skin and maggots squirming in my ears. That's some gross imagery.
You are telling me to get out of your house. You threatened to lock me up.
She laughs and laughs.
What's so funny? What are you laughing at? None of this is funny!
But she persists and almost feels like her voice is in my head.
Oh, no different. No different. You're all the same. You can all suffer together.
That is when everything turns to a complete and utter shite. It's a slow thing, a whisper more than a bang as the darkness creeps into every corner of the room. The walls shudder and groan. Blood runs from the ceiling and crawls down the walls and stains the floor. Well, Johans is fucked. He's locked in the attic. Feels as if life itself is being sucked from the house, slowly but surely. The beauty of the place is gone, with only the dead, decaying remains of the mansion left in its wake. I don't have to wonder if it's just the foyer that's become a nightmarish place. I can already hear it. Gone are the growling and thunder and the lashings of the rain, the wind against the foyer's high windows. All of it has been replaced with a more grating sound, a cacophony of voices from nowhere and everywhere, echoing throughout the now horrid walls. A voice that neither belongs to us nor the people who live here.
What's going on?
All throughout the house, shouts of alarm and surprise ring out. A mirror to the horror creeping up in each of us. Who wouldn't be shocked? This is insane. Even Daisy, feisty woman that she is, trembles at the sight of it, clinging desperately to Lily, while Steel and Feathers stand protectively behind. While Steel and Feathers stand protectively in front of the other two. Is that really the nickname he gave the big guy? Z-Man? Brave of them, I have to admit, to put themselves in the front line like that. Though it doesn't necessarily mean they don't feel the same fear that the rest of us. Something I don't blame them for. There seems to be no end in sight to this insanity. If anything, it only feels like it's the beginning of the end.
Help me! Oh my god! Please, somebody! Anybody! Who are you? Stay away!
No. Stay away. Stay away.
I'm assuming this is everyone that's gotten trapped and killed in the house. Their screams fill the mansion. She laughs all the while, a harsh, agonizing sound that goes on for what feels like forever. Until there is nothing but a silence in her horrid smile. Pale hands reaching out to me. Calling, beckoning, pleading. I'm terrified, I really am, like I should be. But I've never been the one to truly stay afraid. I've long learned that fear will not get me anywhere. Cowering in the corner does not keep me safe, and it will not keep me alive, not like rage does. I've learned to use this burning hate inside me to survive. There is no difference now.
Stay away from me!
Why? Why do you wish to leave? This is where you belong, my lord. Remember the blood we share. This is your home. Don't you remember? You promised to return, to stay, together with me, with us, with people no different from you. What is she talking about, Luke? What does she mean?
You're probably related to her.
Don't listen to her, she lies. I promised no such thing to anyone. Hannah, you're the one who bought this house. How should I know what she's babbling about? I never even wanted to be here in the first place.
A terrible case of mistaken identity. That must be it. I'm quite sure of it. I don't know this woman, this monster. Why would I say that to someone like her? In my entire lifetime, I've only ever made and kept sincere promises to a mere two people, Hannah Evans and Eleanor Chandler. No one else. The rest of those who claim I've promised anything to them can go back and fuck themselves. Bloody hell, I may enjoy the company of women, but I am not an idiot to start spouting such nonsense to anyone. A line must be drawn, especially if I am to keep myself alive. Yet she still goes on, insists making me appear a liar in front of these people.
Of course you still deny it. Have you truly forgotten? You haven't changed, I see. Still a deceiver.
She's lying!
You see, my love, nothing has changed. Still no difference, you and I. Just like the rest of us. Just like every single soul in this putrid wreck. We've waited for so long. You can hear them, yes? Their pleas, their calls, their invitation. Come, my lord. The house seeks its master.
She, the monster, reaches out again, her hands a gory, abhorrent sight, along with that smile spread across her face. My body's already moving on instinct, stumbling back, one step at a time, desperate to be away from her. Anything to put distance between me and this vile creature. No matter what she says, I am nothing like her. I need to get out of this house. Out of this country, preferably. Take Hannah with me. We can start a new life out of this dreadful city. Start a family. There's nothing for us here. Our parents are long gone. Nothing to keep us tied to this place. Shrokin has likely been taken by this woman. He's not what binds me to this wretched city. I only need Hana. We can leave.
Careful, Luke.
My foot steps on something, sending me sliding onto my back, flat on the floor. Beside me, a paper, a familiar one, flutters down. It's this thing again, from the open house. Though it feels like a gimmick and more like a threat with what recent events. It must have fallen from one of these peasants from the commotion earlier. For a moment, they appear conflicted to see it in my hands, but wisely keep their opinions to themselves, leaving the damn things to simply bear its grisly message for everyone in the room to see. Help me. Help me, help me, help me. Is this it? What they've been telling us? Why everything in my life has gone to shite? Because of some stupid old letter? An invitation indeed. One I am not willing to accept. Not anytime. From the top of the stairs, this creature moves again, drawing my attention back to her. Her gait remains slow, awkward as she walks forward, that smile never leaving her. But I don't. I won't give her the chance. I am not dying here, and I certainly am not giving myself to a hideous creature like her either. Adrenaline kicks in despite the panicked gasps and worried glances from Daisy's friends. I pay them no mind as I reach for the main door and, without warning, it slams open, revealing not the mansion grounds like I'm expecting. But before my mind can even comprehend what's happening, black tendrils have already coiled tightly around my limbs, dragging every person in the foyer into the room. None of us get to scream when darkness completely envelops us upon the doors closing.
Understand where your place is now, my love. You belong here.
Well, we got shininged.
Is it so difficult to grasp? We've been waiting.
There's a moment of panic when the feeling of the tendrils surround my limbs finally dissipates. As soon as my eyes adjust to the darkness in the room, I'm on my feet. I'm reaching for a knife and holding it out, watching, waiting at every moment. Is he literally the portrait of Dorian Gray? Is that where we're going with this? Using it as a way to distance between me and these peasants. Who knows what they'll do now? We're all desperate to get out of this house. There's only 7 of us in this room. 4 of them, friends at that. I cannot trust these people not to turn on me. Bloody hell, even Hana's giving me the same look as them now. Though Mint has already gone loon, crouched in a corner and muttering to herself, you can't really say anyone's safe from her. If anything, she's the one I should watch out for. I cannot trust anyone. Not anymore. Not after this. Despite the pleading looks, Lily shoots me my way while they all huddle in the corner behind steel and feathers. But I have to remind myself that even people like her are capable of doing the unpleasant. She's only human after all. It's never an excuse. Why, even Hana has her cunning, manipulative moments, though she does it much subtler than I. Why else would Lily show this letter to us that day? If not to save herself. I guess that backfired on her now, and she and her own friends are also stuck here. Still, I have every right to be livid. Everything that I've built has fallen apart. All because these people came into our lives.
You! All of you! This is all your fault! If I've died to this bloody case, I'm taking you all down with me!
Put that knife down, Lucille.
Hey now, Mr. Wright. I know the situation ain't good, but we have to calm down. We're all in the same boat here. You shut your mouth! If it weren't for you, or this letter, for all of you, none of this would have happened!
And blaming everyone in this room isn't going to get us out of this place. Please put that knife down, darling. You might hurt yourself.
Oh boy.
Are you taking their side? You're also stuck in this nightmare, Buttercup! What about the children? Aren't you the least bit worried about them? That creature is out to get us, and you're still defending these people!
At least Hana's okay, which means negotiations can open up.
I'm not defending anyone, Luke. I I'm just trying to be reasonable when you're clearly not.
Oh, of course you're not. You're just the one who bought this bloody mansion to begin with. If I didn't know any better, you did this on purpose.
Why, no. Why would I ever do that? This was only meant to be an anniversary gift. For you. For us. For the family we're going to have.
Right, anniversary gift. Oh, here's your gift, darling. Oh, by the way, there's a curse included in that package. I hope that's all right. Are you really that eager to get rid of me, Hana? Because if that's what you've been meaning to do all this time, you might as well just put a knife in my back while I'm...
Suddenly, Hana steps up and slaps the knife away from my hand. Said knife slides uselessly under the table out of my reach. Before my mind registers what's happening, a sharp blow explodes in the side of my head, sending me reeling backwards. Soul Fist. She merely stands before me afterwards without even batting an eye, glaring at me as if she might just rip my head off in an instant. Sometimes I forget.
Don't you dare, Luke. Don't you dare imply I've ever thought of you that way.
That Hana is never a weak woman, is never the weak woman I believed her to be. How did I come to think of her as such? She used to be someone I can look up to, isn't she? When you look at her now, the way she stands, tall, facing a man like me, the same way she has done all those years ago, I can't help but think. Am I not responsible for taking part of herself away from her? Enjoy your time as Mrs. Luke Wright. What a bunch of shite. Realizing this, I can only look away when she reaches up and places a hand on my face. Gone is the anger, and only the soft smile remains when she looks at me with a shine in her eyes. The 7 years we've been together, I've only been nothing but a piece of shit to her. Yet here she is, still smiling all the way. She has done just as she has done all those years ago. It's impossible to not feel like a complete and utter trash like this. She has an uncanny way of doing that to me. Really, especially when she takes my hand in hers and places it right on her tummy. Right where 2 babies are still
Mom,
growing.
look at
Ours.
me. We've already talked about this. If we are still going to do this, it has to be the 2 of us. I will stay with you, but things are going to have to change if we want this to work. We can't keep doubting each other like this.
Not until we find a way out of here.
I'm sure we can. Maybe they know something we don't.
You're going to rely on them for that? These peasants who brought this on us?
Keep talking about us like that and see if any of us here will keep you out of this place.
Rebecca, stop! All of you stop this!
Finally, she's taking charge. To hear Lily speak out loud, I can't say I'm not surprised. She has always given me the impression of someone so meek from the moment I've met her, either from her inexperience or her station in life. She has never struck me as someone fitting to be a real estate agent. Until now. Quietly, she puts herself between me and Daisy, cutting whatever scathing words we've yet to hurl at each other. The way she glares at me, it reminds me a little of the way my own mom would look at me, particularly when I've done something wrong. And it's not a stare she's unused to showing. She has done this before, probably to a younger sibling. Huh? If she only sees us now as a pair of squabbling kids and not as 2 mature adults, well, that's only to be expected. No doubt that's how she sees us. For a long moment, there's only silence in the room. Steel, the big oaf, doesn't even dare break it. Neither does Feathers. With both of them watching us. Bunch of wimps as these men's. Not that it matters when Lily starts speaking again. After some of the anger and tension has lifted from the room.
Stop this, please! With or without that damn piece of paper, we...
A deep breath. An exhale. And then she closes her eyes. crease forming between her eyebrows when she grips her hand tightly in front of her.
We still would have ended up in this mess.
The atmosphere that descends into the room right after that admission is anything but pleasant. Can I call it that? An admission? It seems like it from the way their eyes nervously flick between her friends and I. She appears to know more than she lets on, and how she makes herself appear smaller after dropping that bomb on us. She doesn't sit quite well with me. And patience is something I don't have the luxury of having right now, and bestowing upon other people. What else does this girl know? What else is she not telling us? Because from the looks of this, even her friends have no idea what she's talking about. Unwilling to wait, I grab her arm before she retreats without explanation, waving the letter still in my hand in front of her.
Ow! Sir, you're hurting me!
Hey, hands off her, right?
Fuck off, Feathers. I have questions for your friend, and she better have the answers.
Luke, will you stop taking it out on every single person?
Your friend is hiding something, Daisy.
She struggles for a moment, but my hold eventually forces her to look up at me. Fear and uncertainty spreads across her features, especially when her eyes land on the damned paper. As much as I want to be considerate right now, I want answers.
What do you mean, Lily?
I'm not sure about it.
Don't give me that, you know something!
Ow! Please, sir. I know the paper's useless, okay?
At the mention of the letter, all of a sudden Mitt stands. I've almost forgotten she's here. Her ramblings have faded away in the shouting. Without warning, she snatches the paper out of my hand. It's a miracle it didn't rip right then and there. But the way she glares at it, I think she may want to do that exactly.
We should have gotten rid of this thing! We should have burned it at the first opportunity we got!
No, even if we rip it to shreds, it won't do anything. I think...
You don't know what I've seen, Santos. There were children! Victims! All because they had no idea what this thing will do to them! Oh God, those poor souls! They were screaming and begging before she...
Then what about those people they mentioned in the news lately? All those who died? My coworkers? The open house clients? None of them had seen it. Even Rose. And yet they're all dead. I should know. That letter has been with me since I picked it up. And I swear I didn't make copies of this thing. Even if I wanted to save myself, I wouldn't do that to my friends. Or anyone.
Is that what the trip to BRC was for?
Yes, I'm sorry. I couldn't tell you guys until I was certain. None of you believed me the first time. I had to find proof.
And yet we're all here! Are you taking me for a fool, Lily?
I have to go with whiskey on this. Who knows how many has already seen this before you found it? This cursed thing has to go!
We would have ended up here either way. Maybe? I really don't know. Sir, please. All I know is that paper isn't the reason why all of this is happening. There's something else that...
This place.
Steele has been quiet this entire time. The sound of him talking, however, whispered, "It is," still manages to catch us all off guard. We all pause, turning to him with likely the same question in our eyes.
What?
Oh, I just thought, I mean, it's a straight thought, don't take my word for it.
No, it might be something. What about this place, Zach?
There's still a moment where he hesitates, but Lily's urging eventually spurs him into speaking.
I was just thinking, maybe Ash is right for why he went here. This is where Bella found that thing, right? And then this.
It was just a hunch, Zach. We were not getting anywhere. But just because we went here doesn't mean we will find all the answers we need here. Hell, now we're stuck here.
Regardless, Steele pauses, allows Lily to remember soon enough. Whatever it is dawns on her, and her face lights up with something, like hope. Of all things in this nightmare, hope? Her head snaps up and reaches for Steele's arm to give a light squeeze, a reassurance, a confirmation. The meaning is lost to Daisy, who glances at them, baffled.
Belle, what are you... Becca, it's this place. Think about it.
What? You mean, like, burn this place down?
I still think we should get rid of this letter before we start thinking of destroying a place with some historical value.
What? No! We are not burning a multi-million-pound mansion, you peasants! I just spent a fortune on this!
Seriously, Luke, are you really more worried about that?
Buttercup, Marching, millions. It's gonna take years getting all that money back.
Well, you certainly won't be getting any of that money if you're dead. Really, Luke? Is that more important than your life?
Bloody fucking hell! Not only do I have trespassers on my property, but they're also arsonists!
How dare they suggest something like that? I mean, Johans might still be alive in the attic. No. Bloody peasants. My head's already aching just listening to them. I think that this is all the solution they can come up with. I should have stabbed them and made a run for it. Doesn't help that with each second I'm spending here talking, the crazier this whole place gets. The voices have become louder and somehow sounding more vicious. If things in this room start floating, mark my words, I will fucking flip out. Furious, paranoid, and trapped in the mansion with people he barely knew, Luke Bright threatened to take them down with him. Luckily, before he hesitated, before the hysterical man could harm anyone, and they may not be thinking it right now, but eventually they will turn on me. Such is the nature of humans. Better find a way out of this place as soon as possible if I want to stay alive. Fuck, I still have so much to do. None of our choices seem sound, but who knows? We don't understand shite about this place. Might as well try everything, yeah? Whatever works. If I also have to be the one to make that bloody decision, so be it. Less room for errors, with the one sane one doing the thinking. On the off chance I'm wrong, well, they suggested it. I'm gonna regret this, I will. With these cries growing louder, this has become the easiest decision I have ever made. I'm getting tired of hearing her sobbing, really. It's just irritating. Isn't she getting tired of it? Besides, someone has to act fast, think fast. And what else is the root cause of our problems but this place where the letter was found? The letter was found in the attic. No need to make things more complicated. It started here. Why won't it end here? If what Lily has said is true, there's all the more reason to destroy it. Put an end to the madness before someone thinks of putting this blasted place up on the market. When I get out of this place, I swear I'm suing a bunch of people, run that estate company to the ground if need be. Spent millions, damn it. Millions. With a sigh and perhaps a heavy heart, I open up one of the drawers in my study table, taking a bottle of liquor out for myself, passing it on to every occupant in the room. They accept it, not without a look of protest and a confused glance my way. It does shut them all up, so maybe I've done something good.
Luke, this isn't the time!
Even more when I pop the cork of the bottle and pour its contents on the floor.
What are you simpletons waiting for?
We waste no time dousing the whole room, smell of alcohol filling the air. But I didn't know any better. I'd say they're more eager to set this whole place on fire. The blaze catches easily in this room when I set it alight, using the blasted paper as kindling. With the whole place drenched with wine and all manner of things alcoholic I've been hiding from Hana, the small fire turns to an inferno. I think we learned from the video camera that the letter actually isn't anything. The kids made the letter. In a matter of seconds, we're out the door. Doesn't exactly lead where I'm hoping it will. Although ending up in the kitchen does give us more reason to play like a bunch of pyromaniacs. Fishing liquor stocks from the cupboards, we also do the same thing we've done to the study. Door after door, in every room we pass, pouring bottle after bottle of expensive aged liquor and setting everything on fire, only leaving once the blaze has started in earnest. When we run out of liquor, we simply drop the bottle and take one off of the many nooks I've stashed. And then there's no lack of it in here. The hard stuff, the shorts, the watered down kind. Gifts from distant relatives, friends, so-called friends, you name it. I've made sure there is always one within reach.
How many of these things do you keep in this house?
I always have a few bottles in the bedroom, you know, the parlor and the dining room.
You have problems, man.
Well, isn't this the time to discuss them?
Turns out it'll be useful now. Not to drown out my sorrows, but for this. Wonder of wonders, though I suppose I can now say it has also saved my life. There's no time for some introspection now, just because each room that you now pass burn. The place also becomes easier to navigate. As if slowly righting itself, returning to what it's supposed to be. Soon we finally find ourselves standing before the main door. The strong odor of burning wood, cloth, and varnish alike wafts under the doors. The room is previously torched, slowly filling the hall with thick black smoke. The blaze has also started in earnest in every part of the house. I can already feel the heat seeping from the rooms set aflame. In a matter of minutes, the flames will engulf the whole house. Fittingly, that is when she appears again before us, watching us from the top of the stairs while her world goes up in flames around her. However, what catches my eye is the expression on her face. Not a vile smile I've already grown accustomed to, or the one where her eyes gleam with complete hatred. This one. Forlorn is the only word I can think of to describe it.
Please, help me. Help me, please.
Can the dead still feel? Can she hear us? Or is that merely another one of her tricks to trap us in this nightmare? Like this, however, she seems almost like the woman she used to be. I don't waste any time pondering over it. Not with the exit a few steps away. The door is finally open, and through it I can glimpse the world outside. Safety. However, I do turn, if only to see the last of her. Farewell more than anything. For all her attempts to lure me, draw me in, her wishes to be with me. She does not stop me when I finally run from this horrid place. Quietly, she disappears. Light it up. Watching a multi-million-pound house burn before me, for some reason, nothing about this bothers me. Maybe it's that one last look on her face that has changed it. Maybe it's what I've seen and heard inside. There's only a calm stillness. The same hush that comes after a terrible storm has swept the countryside. And with it is the sight of the sun rising above the horizon. Ever so slowly, the sky begins to lighten before my eyes. Rest in peace, Johans. Darkness is giving way to the warm morning hues, soft rays spilling over the vast expanse of Luxburn's countryside. Nearby, the trees sway and rustle with a breeze, a passing draft that carries it even into this room from outside, cold enough to make me shiver. The remains of the storm has passed. In the distance, I can hear that soft chirping birds, while the rest of the world stirs, wakes. Dawn at last. We are free. Epilogue. Despite initial protest, Luke agreed with Isabella Santos. He began dousing the place with alcohol and setting it on fire. Sure enough, as the flames slowly engulfed the place, it returned to its original state, freeing them. Outside the first light of dawn, the mansion burned. To the ground in their eyes, it's over. Like the flames that engulfed the mansion that night, whispers quickly spread across Luxburn City after the incident. Officers who investigated have simply deemed it an unfortunate accident. Regardless of the truth, Luke Wright files criminal charges against Briar Realty Corporation after, for undisclosed reasons to the public, forcing the latter to declare bankruptcy. A move that merely stoked the rumors further. But for those who still believe in the stories of the old, and those who know the truth, It is but a testament to the curse and the secrets of the Ermengarde mansion that has hidden for centuries. If there will come a time when it will finally be revealed, only the ashes of the now ruined mansion know. However, on the nights when the wind howls and the thunder booms across the sky, some still claim hearing voices where it once stood, of cries and wails that fill the night and desperate calls for help for anyone who dares listen. As for those who once treaded its halls, it's pride and joy. Despite their problems, Luke and Hannah Wright managed to salvage their 7-year marriage. Not without its fair share of challenges, of course, especially for Luke. But for the sake of their children, he tries. Although the man still fears fatherhood, afraid of becoming like his father was to him. However, with little help from Hannah, he eventually comes around, especially when his twins are born. He's still far from being a good father. He thinks he never will be. There are parts of him that will always remain unpleasant and will always exasperate Hannah to no end. But even someone like him sees the joy in this, in having a family. For the first time in a long time, he admits he's content, or happy. Months after her recovery, Marianne McCulloch heads back to her homeland, ready to close the chapter of her past that she's left hanging for so long. There she visits Lorraine's grave, asking for forgiveness for the girl she once loved, something she has intentionally avoided for years. Although the terror of what has witnessed inside the Ermengarde mansion still clings to her, she barely chooses to move on from it, turning a new leaf by focusing a new branch of her interior design company and leaving interior design company at Luxburn in the hands of her secretary instead. Although she never returns to the city after, she is frequently seen visiting to check on the people that she has become acquainted with in the years there. Having finally accepted herself, she won't deny she's in a happier place now. Despite making the Ireland branch of her interior design company her focus now, Marianne continues to cater to her most avid patrons in Luxburn when requested. And her work on the Ermengarde mansion and the Wright couple, particularly Hannah Wright, have never trusted another to handle a design of any other place they own. Upon moving to their new place after giving birth to hers and Luke's children, Marianne's name is the first thing she calls, while the woman is quick to fly back to the city at the socialite's summons. Not only helping with the decorations of the new place, but also assisting with the renovations, much to Hannah's delight. Since then, the two women have kept a close friendship. Often they can be seen going around the town together. When Marianne's in town, Hannah can be heard recommending the designer to her peers during the parties. In the city, often keeping an ear out for any gossip, one can't deny that both women have found a confidant in the other. Alright, let's see what's going on with Zach. Z-Man. With help from family and friends, Zachary Steele is soon able to open a photography studio of his own, something he has only dreamed of having as a child. Although he still hopes to get back to making his indie film someday, client work and small projects has kept him mostly busy. Hectic as it may be, he can only be glad for the amount of work pouring in. It has made moving on from the incident of the Ermengarde mansion easier, if not faster. But while there are still nightmares, with support from his family, his doctor, and his own drive, the dark images have finally turned into pleasant dreams. He's aware he won't ever truly forget, but he's no longer running away. At times when he's not busy, or after a hard day's work, he thinks there's another story for the big screen to be told in that. An idea he may soon turn to reality once his time affords it. In the months that follow, Rebecca Gales becomes a prominent researcher within Luxburn's major academic circles. especially after writing what she has discovered about the Onslow village and the Ermengarde mansion. With the help from Professor Andrew Clark, she is soon able to secure funding to continue her research, presenting her findings yearly at a local and international symposium. Now at the tail end of her current study, she hopes to publish her first book, correcting all the inaccuracies in the city's current history. A move supported by both colleagues, students, and friends alike. Though she knows that she still has a long way to go before she can even begin to change people's minds about it, Professor Clark has warned her as much. She perseveres. Doing it not for herself, but for the sake of history, the future generations must never forget. No matter how disturbing her experience with the curse may have been, she remains the worrywart she has always been. Even after what she has seen, she continues to fret over people she cares about, sometimes much to their frustration or embarrassment. There's one thing that has shifted. It's her relationship with the people in her little group, particularly with Zachary Steele. Oh my god, is this relationship actually going somewhere? In fact, on numerous occasions, she has been spotted dropping by his new studio, bringing the man food on days when he's swamped with work. They also seem to have grown more comfortable around each other than before. Maybe it's born of their shared experience, or maybe the way they see each other has simply changed naturally due to the years they've known each other. Regardless of the whys, it's a change the man welcomes and appreciates. In turn, he strives to return her kind gestures whenever he can. For all the horrors they've seen, who would have thought something good would come of it? Although not seen as frequently with his friends, recently due to work, when Ashton Frey finds the time, he sometimes helps out Rebecca with her research. Mostly just to help bring her research materials. Despite Rebecca's old feelings for the man, they remain good friends to this day. She never brings it up again, after the night of her confession. Once is enough. While she still cares for Ashton as a dear friend, it's clear that she has already moved on from her childhood crush, finally accepting it as part of her life that has already gone by, much like everything that has changed between them. And with this acceptance comes a more selfless person who genuinely cares for her friends, beyond any selfish feelings she used to cling to. Looking back at it now, she recognizes that how things played out is certainly for the better. Not only for others, but also for herself. Amidst her struggles, Rebecca finds an unlikely companion in Luke Wright. While being a father has kept him busy nowadays, he still manages to make time for his goddaughter Kylie Suarez, though the man still won't admit it when asked. Rebecca still regards the man as an insufferable. She doubts he'll ever change. But after all she's seen, much as she denies it, she now considers his presence the closest thing she has to comfort. A similar sentiment the businessman seems to hold, even confiding in the woman of his own problems and fears, things he couldn't voice out to his wife. Their friendship may be awkward at best, but with the grim reality of death having once shadowed over the two of them, it's something they eventually grow fond of in time. With her newfound courage, Isabella Santos finally chooses to pursue what she really wants for herself. Having made enough to keep her family afloat for a few years, and with their blessing, she quits her job at Briar Realty Corporation and takes the scholarship offer from the local university. Though remarkably out of practice and unsure if she'll be able to keep up by the time she returns to university, she finds her feet soon enough with the help from people close to her. And with her confidence in her skills growing to do the numbers, people recognizing her for her work, it doesn't take long for several award-giving bodies to take notice of her. For all of her accomplishments, however, she has never truly forgotten what happened at the Ermengarde mansion. The images still remain in her, and on particularly unpleasant nights, terrors continue to visit her dreams. She knows those won't ever disappear from her life. It has become part of her, the same way death has permanently taken from her. However, she is no longer afraid, and with a brave face she carries on, earnestly wishing that someday she'll be able to paint brighter, more vivid thoughts on her canvas. An honest portrayal of life and hope amidst the fear. Shortly after accepting the scholarship grant from Lexburn University, Isabella moves from Salem Well residences in favor of staying in a dorm close to her campus. Although Rebecca Gales is quick to offer assistance for the move, she does not admit she will be missing her neighbor of more than 5 years. When all is said and done, she has become fonder of the girl over the years, and with their shared experience over the curse, they have only grown closer. Isabella leaves with a promise to visit every once in a while, and even though she still jokingly complains about Rebecca's bossy attitude, she confesses that she also misses the woman's fussing. After all, in a place miles away from her real family, Rebecca is still the closest thing she has to a sister. More than a year later, once everything in their respective lives have settled, Zachary Steele and Isabella Santos finally hold their first exhibit together. A project that has been in the making for almost 2 years after the photographer had casually brought it up to the other artist. While merely intended as a small event, it has been surprisingly attended by several members of Luxburn's upper class and art enthusiasts. Although only a few of Zachary's pieces have been meant for sale, the show has brought prominence to Zachary and Isabella's names in the city art scene. It has since been followed by several other exhibits by the two, both in and out of the city. Currently, they are planning to hold their first show overseas. Yet, even with this unexpected, overwhelming fame, friendship between the two has remained strong. Theirs, after all, is a bond that goes beyond being mere partners in a small project. He's her family as much as she is his. Oh, is that supposed to be Marianne? While she's aware she still has plenty of ways to go getting back to school, has also opened a lot of opportunities for Isabella. At times, part-time work have started to come in droves, and she is able to support herself financially through art alone, something she has only dreamed of as a child. And when clients generous enough, she is able to send money back home as well, despite her family's reassurances. One such client is Marianne McCulloch's interior design company, who frequently commissions her for her murals after the woman has learned of her skill. So that conversation they had together probably impacts this. I remember that part where we convinced her to, if you can't survive on your own doing it, then you shouldn't. Though at times she finds it difficult to keep up with the interior designer's standard for quality, it's a job and challenge she's only too happy to accept if it means doing what she loves. Following his success in bringing several major cases to close, Ashton Frey receives a recommendation for transfer to Lexburn's lead agency against organized crime. An endorsement eagerly backed by the newly appointed successor to late Chief Inspector Lee, Abigail Harris. Late Chief Inspector Lee? The police chief died? When did that happen? Knowing he'll have more resources, leeway, and a bigger chance at ultimately bringing Luke Wright to justice, Ashton Frey accepts. He still warns the people close to him against Wright and his associates, but only a friendly reminder now more than anything. Though he does worry, he believes they are wise enough to know what they are doing and trust their judgment. For now, he has decided to leave the evidence to the law to speak for itself, and to take care of the man once the proper time comes. Nowadays, police work and operations keep him busy, sometimes taking him away from the city he grew up with in days on end. A rare thing for him to enjoy once upon a time, yet this time he never loses his drive. simply growing more determined after having finally found a clear purpose, close to the rush and excitement he dreamed of as a child. Although Ashton still keeps mum about specific details of his work, his experience with the curse has slowly taught him how to open up, especially to those he knows or genuinely care for him. He still has a long way to go, he knows that, for the sake of people who are still with him, those who have chosen to stay. He hopes that there will come a day when he no longer has to hide behind his own lies. Every day when he is no longer afraid of facing the truth in his own words. On his days off, Ashton is usually seen loitering around Zachary Steele's studio, either to help him out in one of his pet projects or exasperating the other man on purpose. Either or, it's mostly the latter. At certain times, he'll volunteer to model for one of Zach's projects, in spite of the photographer's reassurances that it's not needed. Regardless, Ashton insists before complaining how meticulous the whole process is hours later, to Zach's utter amusement. Though sometimes they may get into small, trivial arguments, things have stayed cordial between the two. If anything, the ordeal they've both gone through has merely strengthened the friendship of the detective. A friendship the detective didn't expect to find in anyone. Between the lingering trauma and their measly attempts at normalcy, it takes a few months for the awkwardness to finally lift for both Ashton Frey and Isabella Santos. Oh, look, it's the fish ice cream cones again. Of several weeks of trying to find their voice and remembering how to act around each other despite enduring infections. But once the unease fades, there's only their usual banter and the rapport to fall back on, and the casual talk and the friendly jokes. And for the both of them, it's easy, like breathing, like coming home after another journey, the comfort, in spite of the things they've gone through. Their days may still be filled with petty arguments and light teasing, but in the aftermath, when all's said and done, something constant has been forged between them. A quiet, steadfast thing they can both hold as they both carry on. They never talk of what happened inside the Ermengarde mansion, nor the curse, through thick and thin. Not in friendly conversation, never in casual banter. It is a memory left alone, never to be disturbed. But on the days it comes back to them, when the memories are particularly vivid, it is in each other they all find solace. In Rebecca's constant assurances, in Zach's gentle encouragements, in Ashton's earnest attempts at a quip, Isabella's warm smiles, a slight squeeze on their shoulders, a tight grip on their hands, until the unease finally subsides. The curse may have taken a lot from them, but this, the friendship, it's the one thing that remains, endures. Well, we did it. And right on the 4-hour mark, no less. That was quite the story. A little anticlimactic at the end. Okay, I'm going to try to talk over this because I'm pretty sure that this song is probably copyrighted in some way and going to get me flagged for something or somehow. Oh, is that supposed to be the ghost there, the servant girl? I'm assuming. Takako? Maybe? I don't know. We never really solved the whole mystery thing. So that's probably my only complaint, if anything. We never really solved the mystery. And as far as the curse goes, we didn't really get a lot of information on how it works. sung by Marianne's VA. That's pretty neat. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to try to go back and do a lot of the other routes. If there is like an optimized run, I might Google that to see if we can find the best possible ending if this isn't already. It's pretty damn good if you have to... Amanda Lee. Wait, I know who that is. Eh. Eh. Lone Heartbeat's True. Isley Lovelock. Interesting. Fly, performed by Varelia. But yeah, this was overall a good story. It came highly recommended to me by a close friend. I don't know if this will be the final stream we do of it, but that'll be up for debate. I'm probably going to look up a walkthrough and maybe explore the weird branching paths mechanics, because there seems to be a lot more to this game and a lot more different paths. Man, she can sing. I'm gonna... Yeah, just dance around. Okay. Let's see. Overall thoughts? Narrative-wise, I feel like the ending could have had more, but I really like the characters. Isabella was, for the most part, my favorite. Coming in at a close second would probably be Marianne, just because she's a very interesting character. Luke, I feel like should have been explored more, because it kind of feels bad that he gets lumped all the way at the end, because we kind of see him grow and develop across the whole length of the story. And, oh, this is a criticism that I actually had about the whole novel. When you have a cast like this, it's actually best from a gameplay perspective, or just from a narrative perspective. Yeah, like one of my biggest criticisms will probably be hands down, it's better in a story like this to switch constantly between the multiple protagonists. Like, for instance, I was a big fan of the Steins Gate visual novel, but I still think, and I am considered to be in the minority in this opinion, that Steins Gate Zero had a fundamentally better narrative because it was switching between multiple perspectives. Whereas instead of just playing as Okabe the whole time, we got to cut intermittently back and forth between Suzuha or Maho and get to see the story play out from their perspectives. We have a lot of perspectives here, but it just feels weird that we have to go through essentially this entire 2-week span for some of them before we get to cut to the others.
Tio? Where are you, Tio? Tio? Please?
Fuck this.
She's here! She's still here, Tio! Help me! Please!
That's not creepy at all. I don't know if this is canon, because in the epilogue, it showed that Kylie was still in the timeline of events. Shattered Fairy Tale. The real letter. Dear you, if you're reading this, then that means you've finished playing the game in one way or another. We thank you for the time you spent playing the letter. This game is our passion project more than anything. We sincerely hope that we delivered you a one-of-a-kind visual novel experience. The letter is the first of many visual novels coming from us. If you liked what we did with this game and would like to support us, please take some time to click on the button below to find out how. Thank you so much for everything. Let's talk soon. Love, YYM Team. Alright. Individual good, friendship good, romance endings 10%. Okay. Interesting. Mary and Hannah, variant 2, Zack and Rebecca. There's a lot of different variations of this. I feel like that's a... I know I'm in a I already said I'm in the minority opinion about that way of the story. The problem with Zero's story is the fact that it has two entire branching paths. Instead of one story constant that just branches off to an ending here and an ending there. That's the big difference. I personally like Zero better. The anime adaptation of Zero suffers specifically because of the fact that in the anime for Steins Gate, they didn't have the option to really show both routes, so they kind of had to muddle and mix things up, which I thought it was okay, but it's really hard to do a visual novel type story and do it justice by showing everything in every route. There's only so much you can do. Got a lot of backgrounds. Only 10% of the romance, though. Probably, I think you probably have to cap out the thingy, probably, for this to happen. That's my guess. I don't know. Extras. What was it? Oh, there's the letter. Okay. Achievements. So many. Oh, snap. Oh, that just opens up this. Okay. Music room. Again, that opens up this. Neat. There we go. Oh, wow, that's amazing. 8%. I've never looked at this. Holy crap, that's a lot of branching paths. How does anyone supposed to comprehend any of this? Common root, 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 story update, common root, common root, common root. Oh, jeez. I didn't even realize. Well, it looks like we did the common route for sure. Oh. Oh, so the common root's up here. What's this route then? Look at all this nonsense. Holy hell, how do they expect anyone to have the time for this? This story update doesn't really... So I guess the butterfly is just every time we switch from one path to the other, but it doesn't tell me anything. Ah. Yep. I just want to see where I ended up going. Guess. Common route. I mean, if I didn't want to stream everything, I probably could do all of this, but it would probably be an arduous process. I'd probably be... Because I've put over 100 hours into a visual novel before. It's not unheard of. Common route, common route, common route, common route. Okay, well, let's work from the end backwards. Epilogue. Common route, ending 3. So Kylie dies in all routes, I'm assuming, I guess. How many endings does this game have? Let's go to chapter 1. Oh, look at that. That's much simpler. So much simpler. Oh. It tells me where the game overs are. Oh, it's QTE linked, huh? What QTE was there? Question. 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 That is crazy to look at. Ending 3. So I know Marianne, we died. So that's probably the one that's probably the most complete looking. Ending 2 variant. There were 4 different endings to this? What were the 2 other endings that could have... I didn't... Because the question just led there. What causes me to go down this path? I like visual novels, but this is definitely the one visual novel I've seen where so much is going on in the interlocking nonsense. QTE, common route, story update, ending 1. Wow, she only lives in one of these routes. Changed my mind. What is the story update here? It's like, I went this way. I don't know how you get this. It's like, there's so many questions. Look at how tiny that dot gets for Ashton, though. Holy mackerel. Beg him to listen? There was all of that from begging? I don't see any skulls on this side, which means I guess I could have just had a standoff and a shoot off. Probably. I wish it would tell me what these story updates are. Like, this branching tree is cool and all, but it like gives me no information. Eh. Alright. Well, we're going to end the stream here. If we have another stream of this, there will be a whole lot of Google involved. But until then, I'll see you guys in the next video. As always, links will be down below.